everyone! Hi! About to get an ad. Usually I wait for the ad to be over, but... Hi! 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 Hi everyone! Hi Blackbean! Hi Mike Yaru, thank you for the first. Hi Morrison, I'll see you later whenever you come back. How am I? I'm doing pretty good. Sorry stream's a little late. It's only like a couple minutes late. But family's coming home today, so I had to finish cleaning. But Dress to Impress had an update on the 1st of August. It's their second summer update. And it's added new things. It's added new stuff. I have to complete a quest before I can get one of the new code items, but they added a handful of new code items, including Queso's cat, Kitty, which is insane, and they've added new themes for us to dress up as, so we're gonna play some Dress to Impress. Everyone just got home. Aw, I'll have to come talk to them in a little bit then. How was the burger? I mean, it was pretty good. Honestly, it was just a fucking McDonald's burger, but it was pretty good. I like it. I like it. It's a you know, quarter pounder with cheese. Hey Gore, what's wrong? Uh-oh, there goes the ad. No! Gore! Gore, what if I killed you? Gore, this isn't fair. I don't even have my wheel. My wheel... Oh, I do have my wheel. It's just over here. I need to edit my wheel. I need to get some names off my wheel for the people I've reached out to recently. Who all have I reached out to recently? I think just one person. Yeah, I think it's only one person I've reached out to recently. God damn it. Oh, I can also take top of the morning coffee off because I got my top of the morning code fixed. So I should probably do that soon. Alright. God damn it. You're not sorry. You're a fucking asshole. That's what you are. You're not sorry in the least. Music's drowning you out a little? Good. Good. It's also because I'm not facing the mic. Because I have to like look across 4 different menus to find what I'm looking for. God damn it, Gore. Why would you do this to me? What did I do to deserve this? Alright. Fine. Spinning the wheel. I'm mad about it. Shit. I don't think Tricky has their DMs open. Hold on, let me check real quick. I don't think Tricky has their DMs open. Tricky had a stalker situation recently. Yeah, Tricky does not have their DMs open, so we are going to roll again. I really did not check when I made this list because I made it like right before stream. All right, try again. Spite. Okay. I don't know if Spite has their DMs open either, but we will look and see. We will look and see. Oh, she does. Okay. Let's see. Alright, message sent to Spite. Removing her from the list. Yay. Alright. What a fun way to start stream. I disagree. But, you know, if it makes you happy. Theme is music festival. Shit. Okay, so this game had an update recently. Music festival. Okay. I've never been to a music festival. Okay, let's see. This game had an update on the 1st where they added, ooh, new hair, new makeup. I haven't seen all of the new stuff yet, so okay, we're going Music Fest. Let's do black one side. I actually kind of hate the way they changed that to look. Ooh, yeah, let's do Daenerys Targaryen ass. Okay. Ooh, yes! Slay! Okay. The games. Partner with another player. Compete in a lobby with a timer. Complete a mermaid theme race. Okay, got it. Okay, so we're going to a music festival. We are gonna be dramatic. Alright, let's see. Shell top. We want the shell top to be green. There we go. Okay. So they also added wings. So we're definitely adding the wings. However... oh yeah, bigger wings for sure. We want lime green. We want blue. We want pink. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. What else can we add? All right, let's see. Like I said, they've added a bunch. They've changed a bunch. So we're kind of trying new things here. What the fuck is that? Oh, it's like a little bonnet thing. Fascinating. No, we're not gonna do that. Ooh. Okay. Yes, absolutely. We need a good neck piece. Okay, so she's going like rave fairy, if you get my drift. You know, I don't know how many of these bitches have actually ever been to a music festival. I've just had this realization. This will have to do for now. Alright. I came in super late. Okay. Cute. Slay. Work. I like it. I think it is something you'd see at a music festival, but I think it's something like that's super simple that you would see at a music festival. I was going Daenerys Targaryen takes LSD at a rave, if that makes sense. Okay, we got a goth. I don't know what kind of music festival this would be. You know what I mean? Maybe like one of those like rock music festivals, perhaps? Mayhaps? It's a cute fit, though. Like, it's not a bad fit. It's a good layer system. I don't much care for this. What the fuck? Hi, Morrison! Welcome back. Everybody's giving themselves mics like they're the performers. I'm doing like shows up to the music festival. Okay, that turned out pretty cute, actually. It's not music festival, though. It's just a cute fit. What the fuck? Do we have new poses and nobody told me? How are you doing? I'm doing pretty good. Honestly, we're kind of just vibing today. That's basic. Oh, you're trying to be Taylor Swift. Oh my god, it's Taylor Swift. Does Taylor Swift even go to music festivals? Or does she just, like, do her own concerts and that's it? Brother, ew! Cute outfit. But again, are we going to a festival? Or are we just, like, schoolgirl? You know what I mean? There are new poses in here, I think. Ugh! Brother, ugh! Well, so this game had an update 2 days ago where they added new facial expression, or new makeups, new hair, new outfits. They added more codes. And I'm taking advantage of it all. What are you gonna do? I slay, bitch. Pose 28. Ma'am, you don't have a face. Ma'am, you don't have a face. The LSD hit a little too hard, huh? Those drugs hit a little too hard. Can someone gift me VIP, please? Absolutely not, Taylor Swiftie. Ask Taylor Swift to gift you VIP. Babes, where is your hair? The fucking... Sorry, the design on those shoes is, like, possessing me. Yeah, somebody snatched her wig before she came out. Like, goddamn. If I didn't get first place. Fucking bullshit. The bald bitch! Okay, so the games. I have to complete these quests. 5th place. Whatever, bitches. Y'all don't understand raves. So I have to complete these events sequentially. So I have to partner and duo with another player. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Sir, why are you being cunty? Alright, did they add... Oh, they kind of changed him up a little bit. Okay, I see. Alright. Hi, Zuzu! We are playing Dress to Impress, which is a very popular fashion game on Roblox, where they give you a theme, and then you have to dress up to the theme, and then people vote based off who they think has the best outfit. Oh, that's the portal. Oh, so I have to do duos to be allowed in here. Okay, 2000s. 2000s. Okay. Okay, I can do that. I don't think half these bitches were alive in the 2000s, but... I don't think there's such thing as a Taylor Swift fan that was alive in the 2000s, but we will do the best that we can. Alright, let's see. 2000s. Let's go... Yeah. And then... Yeah. Very nice. Or... No. Yeah, that's good, that's good. Cunty brat dolls? Yeah, pretty much. That's pretty much all this is. Okay. Ooh. Ooh, they added some cute fucking faces. I'm fucking serving looks. Okay, let's see. 2000s, 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 2000s. Ooh, yes. And then, let's see. What do we got? What do we got? Top-wise, 2000s. I'm trying to think. All right, let's see. Can I not add a pattern? Wait, what the fuck? Okay, that's fine. I want a pattern though. Oh, I can't add a pattern? Weird. All right. It's giving Spice Girls? Yeah. See, Gord knows what I'm going for here. Okay. We need a dark brown bag. Hell yeah, baby. Okay. Would we say Uggs were the 2000? I wouldn't say that, I don't think. Okay. Ooh, okay. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Yes. Okay. There we go. What can I make? How do I... Okay, that's fine. We'll make that work for now. So the 2000s is all shoddy layering. Stupid fucking heels. Okay. Let's see. Oh, they've added the belly chain. I see. Not feeling the headphone? Oh, okay, okay, okay. That's fair. We'll try something else. Let's see. Oh, we definitely need a cell phone. Ooh, can I make the cell phone cheetah print? Where the fuck is the cheetah print? Yes. Oh, I just made the phone black. That's stupid. Ooh, idea. Let's get rid of the handbag. Replace it with... Nope, not that handbag. Replace it with this handbag. Hell yeah. Okay. And then let's see. And then we'll make the flower something zany. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I feel like I am giving Spice Girls for sure. With this fit. Let me see. What do I have here? Do I have anything here that I think could add to the... No. Okay. Why have I seen this exact person in my childhood? Because I know way too much about the 2000s. That's a fair fit. See, my thought was 2000s Disney Channel. Like, should I layer too much? But then ultimately I decided against it. Why... Is she one of those like fucking American ice cream bars? 4th of July in the 2000s be like? That's not at all. Alright, Captain America Smurf. Fuck it up, I guess. So I need to win a doubles. Oh, that's good. The bejeweled pants. Oh, I gotta give that to her. The bejeweled pants, the belly button piercing. That's good, yeah. Yeah, that Razor phone, for real. Why is there a man here? Are you Justin Bieber? Why is there a man here? Jesus. Why are you wearing two hats? I have so many questions. Hey, it's me, bitches. Let me out. Men are just too scared to be women. You're playing a dress-up game. Just be a fucking woman. Like, I get it. Men can like fashion too, but this game does not cater towards men fashion. You got one tiny little section of this store, of this game that you can actually use. Just be a woman. It's okay. I need to do doubles with somebody. Paris Hilton? Oh. Yeah, I mean, I guess so. I need to do doubles with somebody to win the game. Most people I know are too scared to be a woman. I know so many trans masks. Okay, trans masks get an excuse. I get it. I get it. However, go wake up Eva, y'all will win doubles. Yeah, honestly, where the fuck's Eva? Eva's always here. I'm sure Eva will magically appear at some point. Bum, 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 bum. Why don't you have a face? Why do you look like a fucking mom in the early 2000s? Like, you got all sons and their names are Bradley and Cooper and Parker. Maybe Jaden. You got that one biracial kid named Jaden. God, those nails. You always lose points for... Why are you not wearing shoes? Yeah, no, you're getting 1 star. There's no shoes. Those nails terrify me. I'm sorry. I can't. Now she's taking a shit on the stage. This fucking woman. Hell yeah, 3rd place. I served... Okay, I'm gonna be so real with y'all. This outfit, actually kind of hot. I'm serving so much face. Okay, hold on. I want to see... So I got some new stuff. Oh, that's kind of cute. Ooh, fishtail dress. That's pretty. Ooh. We also got this, like, off-the-shoulder jacket thing. Watermelon. Oh, there's, like, a watermelon patch. Oh. Kind of cute. We also got kitty! And you can make him any color you want. What is it? Secretary. Alright, secretary. Okay, secretary. Got it. Watermelon! I gotta take off those eyelashes. Okay. Okay, so secretary. All right. We're gonna stick with this. But we are gonna change the face. Let's see. Should we be a cunty servant secretary? A secretary that serves cunt? That Botox? Ooh. Yeah, okay. Secretary. Let's see. Let me think. Secretary. Gotta zoom out a little bit. Gotta get in the mindset of a secretary. Yeah, not a secretary. Secretary. Okay. I've got an idea. Let me know if you see the vision. Ooh. No. Actually, yeah. No, not those. Yeah. Gold. That's what we're gonna want, right? The idea we're going for here. So. Do black. No, we'll do nice, black and white. Okay. Now let's see. Ooh, or maybe. Maybe. Okay, so black that. Okay, so we'll do black. We're doing a lot of black, I know, but like, just hear me out. Just hear me out. All right, where are the books? Good. We need like the books. It's giving Men in Black. Good. Oh, Bon Senpai, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Dog Pound. I hope you're having a fantastic day. Shit. Okay. Let's see. What else do we need? How are you? I'm doing pretty good. How are you? I need something. I'm missing something for the head. I know it. Neuralize them bitches, make them vote for you. Exactly. See, you get it. I feel like I need a headpiece, but I don't know, like, what I want as a headpiece, so I guess we're just not getting one. Oh well, that'll work. I'm glad to hear you're doing well. Oh, see, she went for all white. Hair up is a smart pick, though. I should have considered hair up, I think. Personally. Okay, also good. Damn, tits out. Ma'am, you can't go. You can't go and, like, fucking put your tits out. Oh, you are more than welcome to play Roblox with me. Yeah. Roblox is kind of like a free-for-all out over here, so... My Roblox username is Cyber Peach Girl. Same as my Twitch. Yeah, thank you, Gore. Girl, why aren't you wearing a shirt? Ooh, I don't think I know any receptionists that wear pink, but cute. Cute for sure. You kind of just halfway stole my fit, but it's fine. We're gonna pretend like she didn't. Just steal my fit and recolor it. Okay, that one's cute, but again, tits out. Like, tits out. Why? Why? What the fuck? What is this? Are you a secretary on the beach? Do you not know what secretary means? Oh, I joined late. Okay, okay, never mind. Forgiven. That is not work attire. Oh my god. All right, Slay Queen. Kind of hate the fact that I can see your shirt through your jacket, but that's fine. I can't really fault you for it. How much you get paid? Out of curiosity. I'm not sure if they're trying to be sexually harassed or if they're just trying to fuck. Hey, second place. I'll take it. Yeah, these women are waiting for a lawsuit for real, for real. All right. Strip! Let me see. Can I activate the boo? Can I do my, how do I fuck? Can I see my friends list in here? No, I can't. I have to actually, like, leave to do that? Okay. That's fine. I always feel bad. There we go. Having to, like, leave games because, like, I don't know how fucking Roblox works. Alright. Oh, secretary again? I'm not doing it. I refuse. I just joined a game that's just secretary again. I'm gonna be the best secretary. Oh, I don't have $5,000. We're gonna be the best secretary team. There we go. Secretary on our work break. Hatsune Miku. Gorgeous wants me to be Hatsune Miku at all times. Let me grab a... Okay, never mind. Yeah! I don't think that counts as a secretary. I'm gonna be so honest with you. Okay, that secretary, yeah, absolutely. God, these secretaries are just out here tits out. Where do I get a tits out secretary? Did you just say Dracula's secretary? All right, fuck it up, Quinn. Okay, those thigh highs are a bit much, I think, maybe. Nah, you know what? I'll give it to you. Yeah, Gore, get your titties out. Gore, come here. Get your titties out. All right, slay. That's a secretary right there. 5 stars. Maybe, like, you don't have to backbend, but, like... what are those? Why does your skirt have a tie? I have so many questions. Popper smeller or pooper smeller? I'm so scared. What lobby did I just join? Okay. Let's slay the house down, boots, whatever the fuck. Alright, get it, girl. Are we serving tip, shaft, and balls, or just simply cunt? It does kind of look like a party dress, but I'm gonna give it to her. Oh shit, Gore, you're so right. I should be fishing right now. Bum, 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 ba-dum. I joined late. I'm on my day off. Look, I'm on. It's a secretary with her pre LA Fitness workout before work. She's not wearing it to the office. She got called in while she was like at her pre-workout. Oh my god, I still didn't get last though. That's crazy. She got called in like mid-workout. There's nothing she can do about that. Okay, so I need to complete tasks to get the mermaid outfit I want, which I already have a mermaid outfit, but I guess this is a new mermaid outfit. I guess. So, partner duo, then complete an obby. I think they mean lobby. And then complete a mermaid theme quest. Man, this is kind of horrifying that there's just this, like, faceless woman. I forget I always just leave my nails red. IRL, I keep my nails black or unpolished, but, you know, red works. Alright, what's the sitch? What is it? It better not be something I've already done. 2014 vibes. That was the year I started high school? What the fuck was going on for me the year I started high school? Okay, hold on. Processing. The Hatsune Miku. Gore, Hatsune Miku is not the answer to everything. I'm in the VIP area. Okay. Currently. Okay, so God, I'm trying to think. What were we wearing in 2014?
Don't fuck with me! I have the power of God!
Oh my god! Hi, Yiggy! Hi! How are you? What's retro? Also, Yiggy, do you want to play Dress to Impress with me? Ooh, skinny jeans were real in, actually. Now that I'm thinking about it, skinny jeans were super in. Okay, hold on. Sonic Raiders? Oh, how was that? Did you have a good time? Okay. Oh, I can put blood on it? That's crazy. Okay, we beat the entire story. Oh, nice. Good for y'all. But also, hi, Raiders. For those of y'all who don't know me, somehow. My name is a tragedy, but everybody just calls me Peach. I am your local... Ooh, that'll do good. I'm your local cyberpunk dog VTuber. I hope you guys had a wonderful time at Yugi's stream. If y'all need to go eat or drink or go do something, I completely understand. No harm, no foul. But I hope you guys have a great day, and I really appreciate y'all raiding and dropping by. Girl, at least let me piss first? Okay, okay, go piss. Go piss. Go piss, girl. No, we're taking off the crossbody bag. Let's see. We will, however, purse, phone, hand. And then we will also grab this. The baddie earrings, of course. How are your palms? Oh yeah, Gore, is that the game that you fucked your palms playing? Like, absolutely demolished your palms? Oh my god. I completely forgot about that, honestly. Okay. My knees weak, my arms. You will never guess. I might be able to guess. Okay, so this is what 2014 looked like to me. I don't know what 2014 looked like to everybody else, but this is pretty much what it looked like for me. Honestly, if they had a Hot Cheetos bag, I could really sell this. You know what I mean? Oh, thank you so much for the pet and the bark. We got a... Oh. There's at least 4 girls in my class that kind of fit exactly. So you get the vibes. That jacket's so hot. Such a good fucking jacket. All right, let me see. Do I have anything in here that I think would add to the fit? I really could have phoned it in. Ooh, yeah. We're gonna take the watermelon off only because I don't think it matches the fit. Bedazzle the fuck out of the jacket too. Yeah. I'm taking off the hat. I'm taking off the hat. Okay. I'm done and terrified. That's so valid. I know. Where the fuck are my Cookie Monster sleep pants? My Hot Cheetos. All right, fuck it up, Roblox Macy. How many of these kids do you think were like aware in 2014? Like aware of life. Okay. Slay. Absolutely. Yes. I don't remember what was popular in 2014. I don't want to perceive the passions of time. I'm sorry, but you have to. Was that Harlem Shake? That was Gangnam Style, I think. Hold on. 2014 fashion trends. Oh, wait, it's me. Oh, fuck. Show off my ass. Nice. Okay, crop tops, fur, denim was in, sneakers were in, midi skirts were in. Were they really? Midi skirts? Huh. Fascinating. Yeah, 2014 was the era of like skirts, sweaters, and like, crop tops were real big then. Oh, that's a cute fit though. Okay, okay. Sorry, I'm like looking at photos on Google of like 2014 fashion. It's like what Taylor Swift fans wear now, essentially. Hi, Kula! Yeah, Kula, you're already friends with me on Roblox. You can just join. Why is there so much blood, bestie? What? I don't remember what was out that time. A killer? A killer movie in 2014, because I don't remember what came out that time. Internet memes of 2014? Yeah! Look at us! Look at me and Bon Bon! Fuck it up, gang! Fucking slay! Hell yeah! What do you mean Twitch plays Pokemon? It was 2014. Hell yeah, it was. Hell yeah, slay! We serve the tip, we serve the shaft, we serve the balls, baby. Alright. We the best music! Anyways. Where's Kitty? Kitty! There we go. Got to update? Oh, I had to do that last night. Yeah. We did what? You know how people say like, oh, you served cunt. I was like, well, what if I want to serve fucking dick and balls? Oh, Victorian. Okay, okay, okay. I can do this. 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 I love Victorian era. I can do this. Okay. Thinking. Processing. But I don't know. Like, people are always like, oh, you serve cunt, which is, like, great. Like, hell yeah, I serve cunt. But also, like, what if maybe I wanted to serve something that wasn't cunt? What if I wanted to serve, I don't know, perhaps dick and balls? Has anyone ever considered that? You know? Like, okay, let me think. Okay, let me think. Let me think. Victorian. Okay. Let's see. I've got... no. No, that's not gonna work for this. Okay. We love the corset. We love the layers. I don't think balls were really Victorian era. You know what I mean? Okay, let's think. Let's think. Let's think. But yeah, no, I had to update the game last night, and I was like, oh, fuck. Yeah, we're gonna buy this skirt. Ooh, okay. Oh no, keep that white. Keep that white. Yes. Okay. Okay. I'm on hotel Wi-Fi. Bestie, I'm so sorry about your hotel Wi-Fi life. Okay, so what we're gonna want to do, I think. Okay, yeah. Don't worry, chat. We're gonna mix it up a little bit. Oh, that's super cute. Okay. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we are gonna come over to patterns. We're gonna go to some of these newer patterns. Yes. No. We want that to be white. You need the parasol? Yeah. Oh. Oh. Ooh, okay. We do definitely need the parasol. Gore is absolutely correct about that. And, no, we want those to be deep red. Okay. Go cream. Oh, yes. Okay. We need, like, jewelry, though. You know what I mean? Like... There we go. Nothing, like, crazy amounts of jewelry. Oh, I have to install? Oh, yeah. It's okay. That's the bow that goes on the back of the dress. I need the bow that goes on the back of my head, which is this one. And we're gonna... There we go. Oh my god, we look so good. I didn't even, like, grab anything, like, crazy. Hi, Dingo! How are you? Alright, fine, but I ordered chicken. I guess I'll pay anyways. Pretty much, yeah. Okay, cute. The fluffy sleeves. That's a good sell. I do love the fluffy sleeves. So this is a Wendy's. About to go to work. Oh, have a good day at work. Or night at work? I'm not really sure. Oh, that's a good hairstyle. I didn't even think about that hairstyle. Fuck it up, Matt. If I go to Starbucks to update, do you think the baristas there will help me with the outfits? They might, honestly. Hi, gang. Yeah, night at 6 p.m. Not out till 4 a.m. Oh, God. I'm so sorry. All right, Vaseline. Get it. I don't like your partner's outfit, so y'all are only getting 2 stars from me. Only one out of the 2 of you slayed, I have to say, and believe it or not, it's Vaseline. Okay. Fucking slay, Bonbon. That's actually a beautiful look. The pink is a little much, but the royal blue and gold, that's absolutely stunning. Oh my god, not Kula and Yiggy both joining. Okay. Okay. Red and white, looking like a fucking peppermint. Peppermint. I don't know why I said that in the most, like, Creole accent ever. Ooh, slay. Yeah, it was kind of Christmassy. We were meant to duo, but we forgot. Oh, it's okay. Peppermint? Is that the sequel to Peppa Pig? Hell yeah, it is, Yiggy. You know it. I'm gonna eat something like chicken wings or a 4 beef patty burger with onion rings. That sounds really good. I can't eat onion rings, but the rest of it sounds good. The layers are scaring me a little bit. I do like the hat, like combining the hats though. That's kind of genius. I might steal that for future reference. What about my boobs? What about my boobs? What happened to my boobs? Fuck it up, Armani. Oh, yeah, I do got big old fucking knockers. Fuck it up, Kula! Oh, Kula's out here serving in some gray realness. We do love boobs in this house. I need y'all to know, I almost started streaming today on the, on my, scene for 2.0, which would have just completely spoiled a whole aspect of 2.0, because I forgot to switch over when I was making the scenes last night. My dumbass. We both have big booba? Oh, fuck yeah. Slay! Yeah, it was almost a fat whoopsie. Honestly, I'm pretty proud of this. This ended up layering a lot nicer. Where are my pants? Why is my pussy like that? Oh no. Oh no, chat. I've got Barbie doll pussy syndrome. Oh, chat, I'm fucked. I was 7th? Oh, I got 2nd. Oh. Take a load off, you know? Hell yeah. Why is my pussy like that? Me when my cats act like her leash is an anvil. It's so true, though. Jeans and denim. Oh, bitches, y'all are gonna hate me. You bitches are about to hate me. Jeans and denim. Alright, let's get it. Favorite style of jeans. Alright, get them bitches put on. Alright, what we gotta do next is, we grab a basic top. We grab... Where's my off-the-shoulder jacket? Hit that bitch with the denim blaster. We can keep the watermelon. The watermelon's fine. All jeans, baby. We got a jean backpack. I have a cell phone. Oh no. Fuck the backpack. Actually, the backpack's ugly as hell. All right, we hit him with the baddies. Hit him with the headband. The headband's gonna be jean. And who the fuck y'all know about a jean headband? All right, And then what we're gonna do, we gonna wear these shoes, but they gonna be jean. Ooh, wait. There we go. Ugh, no. I fucking hate aviators. Why are they ugly as hell? Oh, I have to buy the bear? Okay, that's fine. We don't slap on a belt. Let me think. Why is there a Madoka? I don't know. She's just kind of always been here. I don't really question her. She's just kind of always been here. There's a Hatsune Miku too in the VIP area. Actually, you know what? We're doing the Gene Keeney. We doing the Gene Keeney, chat. All right. Let's see. All right. Can you get Gene wings? Yeah, probably. Best Genist? I kind of feel like I'm becoming best Genist, yeah. Gang, we got the baddie necklace, the Gene Keeney. What they gonna do about us? The answer is absolutely nothing. They can't do shit, is what the answer is. Nah. Do I have any hats in here? I do, but none that I really want. I've hit level 40. I'm so proud of you. I have not touched that game in a while, out of rage mostly. Ew. All right. Give me the money. Oh, shit. Okay. Damn. I gotta pee. I have to pee so bad, chat. But I don't want to not vote, so I'll pee during the intermission, I think. Live stream for 1.1. There's a code. Yeah, but that code doesn't give me enough spins. It's 300. Why are you holding it in? Because I don't want to... Whoa. You're getting an extra because I want to know what the fuck, how you got that top to make it look like you got like a bikini on in there. Where the fuck y'all getting this top from? Oh, it's a KC top. Okay, I see. Man, if only I could have had my Jouch with me. What y'all gonna do about all this? What you gonna do about all this? Huh? Huh? What you gonna do about all this? Huh? JC, Casey, Ginny? You should have submitted that for the 2000s. God, you're so right, honestly. Wait, girl, where's the jeans? Where the professional Dokemon players have to shop from? Yeah, exactly. Yiggy gets it. Kula, why are you gray? Where are your shoes? They're black jeans? Oh. See, I'm thinking blue jeans, you know? Oh my god, Peach, you can't just ask someone why they're gray. Holy fuck, Yiggy. Yiggy. Yiggy, what is this layering? The blue's scaring me, so you lost a star. Mama Smurf. Yiggy. Yiggy, you want to do duos with me next round so that we can get third place? We have to get third place or higher in duos to win the games. I'll teach you. I'll teach you how to do it. Hey! Slay, baby. Okay. Okay, I'll be right back. I gotta go tinkle. I've got 55 seconds. I'm running. I'm back! Okay. I ran. Coquette? Coquette soft style. Let me double check. It's kind of like, Coquette soft style. It's kind of like soft Lolita fashion. Light pinks. Some soft florals. That was a fast piss. Boy, I ran. Okay, so we're gonna replicate our look earlier. I think. I want soft florals. Pastel Lolita, yeah, essentially. It's like a soft pastel Lolita. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Yiggy, we're doing duos. Accept my duo request. Just click the little thing right up here. I think that's where it pops up. Coquette, yeah. There we go. How do I change my skin color? You go to these tubes. You enter into the light tube over here. Alright, let's see. Let's see. And then let's add bows. I mean, as many bows as physically possible. We're gonna add a bow to the back of this dress. You know what? Let's grab some armbands while we're thinking about it. Excuse me, ladies. Alright, there we go. I'm duos with Yiggy. God, they moved everything. Now I don't know where anything is anymore. Alright, there we go. You know what? I think we're gonna do a softer face, too. There we go. There we go. And then we just need to fix the necklace right quick. Perfect. Beautiful. How do you get out of the chair? Yeah, you push space. You gotta jump. You gotta jump. You gotta jump, girlfriend. Yiggy, don't drag me down! Peach, did you spend money on this game? No, one of my viewers bought me VIP. All right, Yiggy. All right. Yiggy, do you want to jump in a call? It's up to you. You don't have to if you don't want to. Okay, call me. Hi, Yiggy. Hi, how are you? Yeah. Oh, you're just gonna call me out about that, huh? It's not that bad. It's okay. I made you bigger. It's okay. There you go. You're bigger now. Yippee! Uh-huh. I don't know. What? Oh, okay. There you are. There you are. Okay, they can hear you now.
Whee!
You gave me 5 stars? I'm so sorry.
Okay, that fucking pose that they just die.
Yeah, the death drop. Yeah.
Pretty fucking good.
Yeah, it's so good. I love it so much.
So, anyways, Cocket soft style. I had no idea what that was. Good thing you do.
Yeah, coquet or coquette. I don't know. It's
No,
French.
I'm gonna call it Cocket.
That's fair. But yeah, no. I only knew just because like it's like trendy on TikTok with like the soft pastel girlies.
Fair.
Is there trios? No, I think it's just duos.
They were thrusting.
Oh, that's Pose 28. It is my favorite.
What do you mean Pose 28?
That's the name of the pose. It's Pose 28.
How do you
So
do it?
you click this little dancing symbol right over here,
Yeah.
and then you click solo and scroll down, or I guess scroll up.
Oh!
Yeah, there's all these poses you can do. Damn, we came so close. Okay.
What,
So to get
where
what
do you
we-
see what place you were in?
You can just scroll up and down whenever it pops up.
Oh?
So what we need to do is we need to duo, and we have to place in top 4. We placed 5th. So we gotta try this
Aw.
again. And then after that, we have to complete in just a lobby with a timer and place top 3, and you can do those solo. And then you have to complete a
Alright.
mermaid theme race and place in the top 3. And then after that,
What the fuck are you talking about?
Okay,
Why do we have to do this?
you don't. But if you do it, then you can get in here and get a mermaid outfit.
Oh.
And I already have a mermaid outfit, but I want to know if this mermaid outfit's different. So,
I see.
but yeah, no,
You
I
might be a little obsessed with this game.
a little bit. See, I already have a mermaid outfit.
Hell yeah.
Retro glamour. What the fuck is retro glamour? Hold on, Google searching.
I don't know, but first I'm gonna get naked.
Retro glamour. Retro glamour.
I believe it's
Oh.
glamour.
Oh no, it's quite literally like retro fashion, like fashion you would have seen like Marilyn Monroe wear.
Oh my lord. Okay.
Yeah. Gore went straight for disco. I love that for you, baby. Okay, we're gonna be blonde for this, I think.
Oh, doll, you look amazing.
Oh god, no, not that haircut. Alright, retro.
Unfortunately, if it's retro, we do. Do I say that?
We have to be racist? Is that what you were gonna say?
I was gonna say white, so you were close.
Oh, well, you know, that's so fair. I mean, you can be white if you want. I typically don't switch around much
mean,
just because
fair.
it's a pain in my ass.
No, that's fair. God, thank God I know you can actually just get out of the things.
Yeah, it also
instead of
automatically
waiting.
shoots you out after about a minute.
Yeah. I thought that was the only way to get out.
Oh no. Yeah, you can just hop out. All right. We're on retro glamour. Okay.
Oh, I need hair.
Yeah, hair is important. Hair is very important. Oh, let's do duos. Oh, okay, cool. We're still in duos. Good.
Yeah.
Okay, so what we're gonna do is I think... What color should this be? Do black on the inside. Make it red, maybe? Maybe like a gold? Soft? Let's do a soft blue. And we'll do
I need pants.
white on the inside. Okay. Let's see. You
Or
know,
to quote Slow King from the second Pokemon movie.
you
I
look.
can use pants.
Hi, Eva. How are you? It's like Jessica Rabbit vibes. Yeah. Yes.
I'm kind of slaying. Not gonna lie.
Oh, you slaying?
I'm like a slaying. Frieza's gonna come get me because I'm a slaying.
Oh my god.
That was really bad. Someone murdered me for that one.
Somebody get her. All right. Ooh, on this dress, can I can make the bow. Ooh, wait, that hat is not pale enough. There we go.
I'm like picking soaking up money and I don't know why.
Oh yeah, so the money you can use to buy items like the Madoka Magica stuff is all like you have to buy that.
Cool.
And so you can use the money to essentially just buy like individual items. Gore is
so
threatening.
it's pay to win.
Yeah, except you get the money for winning, so you don't actually have to spend money.
Except for VIP.
Yeah, except for VIP. But VIP is $7 to have it for lifetime, so it's not like it's like anything crazy.
Okay. Yeah, that's not too bad.
Yeah. And most of these kids have their
I
parents.
thought it was a monthly thing, and I'm
So
like...
you can do monthly if you want to. So like if you know you're not gonna play this game any longer than a month, you could do month to month and then just cancel it. I think is what a lot of people do.
Can I make this a long bacon?
Can you make what? A what?
I found a scarf. I wanted to make it long bacon.
So sometimes if you have like an outfit that you can modify, it has this little dress signal right here on it. And then from there you can add or remove kind of whatever. It allows you to add or remove.
Oh yeah, no, I see that, but but like, you know, the long bacon.
Yeah.
Oh my god, where'd you get such a long bacon store?
Long bacon store.
I need a better pants.
But yeah, no, somebody bought me lifetime VIP, which I really appreciate because I've
Fair.
actually played this game for like 2 or 3 months now. Or like 2 months now, so.
Alright, I slay.
You slay? Where the fuck did you go?
I don't know. I'm right outside the VIP room.
Oh, okay. Hey, Iggy. Oh, okay. How well do we match? Not at all, but it's kind of cute.
Oh. Listen, we're just 2 girls. We're going out on a date.
We're lesbians.
Okay.
Yeah, it was Eva. Eva got me Pervo VIP.
Not at that time. We weren't.
I guess that's true.
Oh, why can't I make these white?
Make what white? The shoes?
My shoes. Yeah, they're not letting me be white.
Weird.
At the time, everything was supposed to be white.
You better drop those shoes real quick.
I did?
Nope.
What?
What? He's got
the new ones are white.
Oh, are they? Yeah, but they're like layered weirdly with the old ones.
Oh, the old ones are on? Oops.
Yes.
Well, you know, sometimes you just need 2 shoes.
They were roommates, yeah. One of you's got to change the secondary color. Yeah, we probably should have. We just have to get 4th. All right. We're going disco. Love that for you. Fantastic.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, Eva got me. Oh,
Yes,
Kula, what
is
the
happening with your top?
fuck?
I'm sorry, Kula. You had me, and then I saw the. What is happening? What is happening?
The fuck you mean you had me? Kula, what the fuck are we wearing, bro?
For like a second. And then I actually processed it.
Oh god. Oh, we're doing like gym workout.
All right.
All right. Barbie. Okay, I see. Barbie's pretty retro.
Yeah.
All right.
No,
Post 28.
PS2 and be retro.
True. Another person going for disco. Okay.
Is that the disco ball?
Yeah, I think she's using the basketball as a disco ball.
Holy shit. Yo.
That's the same Barbie from Toy Story? Yeah. Kula, I fucked it up. I was trying to mess with this shirt. Oh, damn. Look at us.
Hell yeah.
I like can't like offset what you're doing.
You just gotta thrust on the competition, you know?
I usually do, honestly.
I've noticed.
God, those nails
watch your
fuck me up
streams.
every time. Oh, that's insanity. The purse is cute, yeah. Shit!
Damn it!
Barbie won! Okay.
Fair.
God damn it, we got last,
What do you mean we
Yiggy.
were last?
Yiggy.
You dragged me down!
I dragged you down! Oh my god.
Wait.
Jiggy, come do the jump puzzle.
Oh. Whoa, it's different.
Yeah, they changes every round. Thank you for the diamond. I needed that. Sorry,
Got it.
you guys got to get better than that. You got.
That was easy. That was fucking easy.
Yeah, there's some that are easier than others for sure. If you pick the wrong makeup brush at the end though, those aren't like real makeup brushes and they will just drop you.
Oh. Fucking,
You got
Squid
4th?
Game
Oh,
style?
congrats, Bon. Yeah, it's like
God, I hate the Michaels.
the Michaels? Like the store? Oh, Michael Jackson.
No one's outside!
Oh, the Slender Whores, yeah. Felt
Like, felt cute might delete later. Honestly, I think just as I am.
Yeah.
Naked.
naked, yeah. Felt cute, might delete later. I'm nude.
So, there's several ways you can take this.
Yeah,
You could be hideous.
that's true.
And honestly, I think that's what we want to go for.
You think so? I'm going...
I think so.
Okay. See, I'm going for Daenerys Targaryen.
Isn't tight.
Thank you. Felt cute, might delete later.
If I just like...
I'm just kind of going for the outfits I've wanted to wear, but I haven't had a chance to yet. Ooh, better idea. Basic white girl. Like holding her coffee, basic
No,
white
I've
girl.
got an idea.
Oh, you've got an idea? Okay.
I'm not gonna say it's a good idea,
Okay.
but you know.
I don't feel like I've had a chance to attempt. Oh god, that hat is fucking disgusting. Never mind.
What is that one called? Like a shashinka or something?
I have no idea.
Babushka.
A babushka? I don't think.
And I'm slaying.
Okay, hold on.
Might delete later though.
Hold on, let me see what you look like before I get too caught up in it. Oh.
Yeah, I look adorable. I know. But I might delete it later.
Okay, let's correct colors, and I will match you.
No.
Oh, you're just gonna leave it like that? Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
but I might delete later.
what if... And
What
hear me
if?
out on this.
Bro thinks he's part of the squad.
That is Bon. She is in chat.
I know. It's the meme, like, bro
Yeah.
thinks she's part of the squad. Sorry, sis thinks she's part of the squad.
There you go. All right.
Was it like the bully that's like, that's like, hey, I may be a bully, but I at least respect their pronouns. A cat?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go put on more shit.
Do you want a cat?
I'm gonna put on more stuff.
Okay, that's fine, I guess.
I'm throwing on like everything.
You're just gonna go put on everything. Can you at least try and make the colors match a little bit?
No,
Okay.
I think it's cute, but I might delete it later.
Okay,
I
okay.
don't know how else to.
You know what? That's
I think it's perfect.
fair.
I'm following the prompt to a T.
That's true. You are. I mean, hell,
Oh, you can.
who doesn't feel cute with their cat? Am I right?
Wait. Clothing limit reached!
You put on too many clothes.
Yep.
How did you manage that? I don't think I've ever did that. I don't think I've ever done that.
I look great. Alright, now I have time. I can play around with some colors.
Okay, thank God.
Oh, it's bloody!
Uh-oh. Okay. I'm gonna take that off.
The very first thing I did was make it fucking bloody. Jesus Christ.
A menace. I said we have to win this, and you went, or. Or we could do something funnier.
We're gonna win.
You think so?
Yeah. We got this. I look fucking amazing. But again, I might delete it later.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's kind of the whole point, right?
Exactly.
Alright.
Alright, there we go. Now my bottoms are perfectly
Putting on the
bloodied.
socks has ruined my feet situation. A win with shock value never fails.
Yeah! Exactly!
Oh my god. Hi,
understand
Jay!
me.
Oh god, sorry, Jay got caught in the ads. Oh no. I went to say hi and she was in the ads.
Well... Wait, shit, this is fashion? Ah, fuck.
Oh no, what do you mean, wait, this is fashion? Anyways, do you want a cat or not? I can offer unto you a cat.
She is offering me pussy.
I am.
Right here.
Being naked usually gets you the win. It does feel-
Hell yeah!
What the fuck are you wearing?
Hell yeah!
Girl! Girl, what the fuck are we wearing?
Yes.
Hi, Jay. How are you? Yeah, Queso's cat was put in the game. I saw that. I love it.
Who?
Queso. He's a streamer.
Like the cheese?
No, spelled C-A-S-E-O-H.
That's not how you spell queso.
Yeah, well-
It's Q-U-E-S-O.
Yeah, but his name is, I think his name is Case?
God.
Chase?
Everyone's fucking not getting the might delete later part.
What the Barbie?
What the Ken?
I'm good, how are you? I'm doing alright, honestly. I got a candle burning. It's burning very hard. I'm a little scared.
Oh no?
No, it's fine. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure nothing bad's gonna happen.
Later we hear an alarm.
Yeah, actually, I'm in the garage. There is no smoke alarm back here. So,
Oh.
if I die, I die, I guess. I don't know.
How about you hydrate instead? Maybe hydrate should just be put out the fucking candle, pour water on it.
I don't actually have a drink anymore. I drank all my drink. I think I might be
Then
third.
put out the
And
candle.
you and Yigi will be first and second. Well, so doubles count as one place together.
We're gonna get first.
You think so?
Yeah.
Okay.
I carried.
You think?
I carried.
Carrie! The pride in your voice.
Trust.
Oh my god, the pride. Girl, looks like her dress is made of money. Yeah. Oh, that's a sick fucking fit.
But again, what about the might delete later? No one understands that.
Yigi, the only thing I delete later is my ass pics off Twitter when I get embarrassed like fucking weeks later. All right. We just have to get fourth.
Watch.
We just
watch.
have to get fourth.
Fuck! I got a new rank though.
God
were six.
damn it. God damn it, Yigi. We just have
ranked
to
up,
get
though.
fourth. I'm proud
I
of
think I look great. These plebeians know nothing.
Yigi, please.
What the fuck is this puzzle?
Oh god. Which puzzle is it? Oh yeah, that one's a little bit more complex. Not by a whole lot, but
Is it?
I mean, not really, but I've noticed a lot of these kids have a harder time with it.
Ah, fuck.
Yeah, see? See what
I
I
tried to do a little. Try to be fancy.
try to be fancy
and
with
jump
it?
across.
Yeah.
Wait, why am I going up? I fucking...
Oh yeah, I don't know. I did the same fucking thing actually. God fucking shit.
Ah, shit, dude.
I love you. Is it more complicated? And I was like, yeah. First date. Oh my god. Yugi, what would you wear on a first date? Do I want to find out?
You're gonna ask me?
Yeah, because
You're really gonna ask
that's
me?
that's the theme. So yeah, I'm asking you.
I know!
I'm
You're
frightened.
gonna ask me, who's only ever been on one first date?
What did you wear?
And it was a fucking retroactive date?
What do you mean it was a retroactive date?
We decided later it was a date.
Okay, well, what'd you wear?
Normal shit! Does it not depend on where you're going, though? Like...
I mean, not.
Wait! We're duos. Okay, we're going on a date.
We're going on a date? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. What would you wear to our first date then?
Nothing. You are...
Ma'am, please wear something to our date.
fine. I'd wear like a cute little top, I think.
Alright, let's see.
I would just cosplay as Madoka. But unfortunately, I don't have the money for that.
For our date?
Yeah.
Okay. That's definitely a choice.
And you would cosplay as Homura. Our date is to the anime convention.
Yeah. Chat, I'm suddenly getting the vibes that, somebody here, and I'm not gonna name names, has no idea what to wear to a date.
I don't. I fucking... I think I made that perfectly clear, actually. I'm pretty sure I made that explicitly clear that I don't.
I'm gay, so I'm probably getting ready for a date with a girl. It's relatable, honestly.
Yeah, like... Alright, I'm vibing.
You're vibing?
I got a vibe, yeah.
Okay. Love to hear that.
I need shoes. I think the shoes don't matter as much, so I'd wear comfy shoes.
Okay. I love, like, the silence as, like, we try and, like, make our date outfit. We are about to discover very quickly if we are similar in terms of dressing for a date. Oh god, I didn't mean to put those on. Okay.
No, I'm not.
Get a bag with a
stressed.
custom brown pattern. Oh, like one of these?
No, this needs a jacket with it. Are you kidding?
Hmm.
This is
Ooh.
way too slutty. I can't go out like this.
Sorry, I'm really enjoying hearing you try and figure out like what you're gonna wear on a date. It's really funny to me. This is slutty. I can't wear this. And I'm like, oh damn.
Or maybe I can, you know? Like... I kind of rock it.
Ooh, I have an idea actually for these. Where is...
Oh, that's a belt?
Okay, hold on, wait.
I thought it was a collar.
You thought what?
What? I thought it was a collar.
Ma'am.
What? Okay, collars are just like neck belts.
Neck,
you know?
neck belts, yeah.
Nah, I don't want to look like Mrs. Puff.
Hi, Zai, how are you? Wait, look at the outfit right quick. Where the fuck do you go? Are you following me around? Oh, I think the outfit's cute. Sorry, I had to turn around to see it.
I'm rocking it.
I think the outfit's cute. Why the mic, though?
Yeah, where the fuck is your date?
Yiggy.
Oh shit, we're done. What?
Why do you look like Barney?
What? No!
Yiggy, we are going to 2 separate places. Somehow.
I have green hair. What do you mean?
Yes, but somehow we are going to 2 separate places.
Yeah, we got the we got dressed wrong.
We're getting dressed for 2 completely different places. Yiggy looks like her model for real, yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that Yiggy was going for model accurate.
Well.
Also, what do you mean that's too slutty? You look like Barney. Can Barney be too
okay.
slutty?
First of all, yes. Second of all, when I changed the color, it looked less slutty somehow.
Shit. Hold on. I just got a DM. I can't vote for a minute.
That is bold, Bon.
Yeah, that is bold. Sorry, give me 1 second. It looks like someone may have stolen my design.
What? What is happening lately with all the fucking design stealing?
I'm honestly not sure. Hold on. Give me 1 second. My model's gonna be frozen for a second.
Let me see this. I need to see.
Hold on. Well, like, no, like, straight up, like, took my base art and posted it on Pixiv.
Oh.
I have the power of God.
Oh my
not
god!
even
Hi,
like
Kiani! Hi! Oh my god. It's not even... That's not even my model! That's not even my model!
I mean, wait, what?
Oh my god.
Obviously we won, right?
We did not.
These people have no taste. These plebeians
But how
have
was
no
Final
taste.
Fantasy? Hi. How was Final Fantasy? I'm so sorry. I just got told that apparently... Yeah, I didn't even get top 3. That's so fucking stupid. Sorry, I was just
What the
informed
hell?
that somebody yeeted my model and is trying to claim that they made it on Pixiv.
Oh,
even
it's
though...
a scammer.
Yeah, but it's not
just one
even...
of those
It's not
scammers.
even my model. It's my concept art.
Oh!
They're like, I make live 2D models. And like, that's concept art.
Wait, let me see. I want to see that. Oops.
Hold on, I'll send it to you. Give me a second. Yeah.
You have to fucking aim on the ladder.
My friend of mine messaged me and was like, hey, I was on Pixiv looking for a 2D model artist and I came across this. Just want to let you know because I don't know if this is
I
Patel.
came across you.
Yeah. And they were like, I just want to let you know because I don't know if this is Patella's official account or if they even have one. And I was like, well, first of all, that's not even Patella's art. So...
Damn it. A day in Paris.
Hold on, so I have to file a thing real quick.
A day in Paris? Alright, we're gonna strip naked. How do the French dress?
All right. Jesus.
Wait, what if we just made ourselves a white flag?
There are actual French outfits that we can use.
Oh.
Like, they're actual, like...
Oui.
Oui. We are beat to death by a big cat girl. Oh my god, yeah, no, that is the dream.
That is the dream, though, yeah?
Absolutely is the dream.
This is not French. Where are the French outfits?
Well, so, the French... It's less like French outfits and more like there's a beret.
Oh?
And you can make a French outfit if you really wanted to.
If you just put a beret on?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, what the fuck does a mime look like again? I'm gonna be a mime. Hold on.
What?
I'm gonna be a mime.
I'm scared.
Black and white. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Why are you scared?
Anyways.
Mime. Do we have like mime?
Hey, where's the beret?
Do we have like mime-esque face paint? Not
Is
really.
the beret? This is gonna have to be my last round.
Oh, that's completely fine. I understand completely. Okay. I appreciate you coming and playing with me, though.
Yeah. Fucking.
It's
made an
feral.
account just to play with you.
Oh, fuck yeah. Look, it's been my obsession lately, so I really do.
The things I do for my friends.
It's been my obsession lately, so I absolutely do appreciate people who are willing to jump in and play with me. Ducky magically appeared the other day while I was playing and played for a little bit, and I was like, "You hate this game," and she's like, "I actually do hate this game." the designs freak her out.
Fair.
Okay.
I think at most, it'd be a fun stream game to fuck around with.
Yeah.
As, you know, like before.
Yeah. All right. I need a. Can I turn that sideways?
I think this is French S.
Do they have black and
Well-
white, like, but to the side? They do. Okay, there we go.
Wait, if you're being a mime, I'm gonna have to be a mime, aren't I?
You don't have to be a mime.
I'll be a fucking mime.
Being a mime is a personal choice. Being a mime is a personal choice, and I would never force anybody to be a mime.
I would.
Alright.
Oui.
Oui.
I'm either a mime or a convict.
Maybe a bit of both.
Yeah, fucking criminal mime. That's a show. Criminal Mimes.
Yeah,
Oh,
Criminal
God,
Minds.
Michael jump scare. I did not know there was a Michael there.
Oh yeah, you can also, Yiggy, you can also walk it through this wall right here.
What?
This wall right here.
What?
You can walk through it.
What?
Yeah.
Who is Lana?
That's a code.
And why?
If you type in the code, you get a little outfit thingy.
In the. Oh, okay. Okay. Alright.
What?
Nothing.
Are you not having a good time, or?
I'm just scared.
Aw, you don't need to be scared.
I don't need this hat. This hat ain't working.
Actually, we're gonna do this scarf instead of the other scarf. That scarf's too big. Yeah, there we go. There we go.
Long bacon store.
Oh right, I forgot I came over here to grab this. There we go.
We're not the only mimes.
Oh no, I think everybody thought mime. But I'm being a slutty mime, and I don't think these bitches
Oh,
can
hell
compete. So
Wait. Slutty mime, you're so smart.
thank you. Also,
All right, I'm good.
I'm also gonna carry around some balloons. I don't really know what balloons have to do with the mime. I don't think anything, but I'm gonna carry around the balloons anyways because it's funny. Yeah, there's a Hatsune Miku costume over here. There's elf ears over here. There's all kinds of stuff over
And
here.
the VIP is the Miku?
Yeah. There's all kinds of stuff over here. Man.
Where's the French?
Yeah, I'm not really sure either.
Pants grab?
Pants grab, pants grab, pants grab. Alright.
Oh?
Nude. Did you say someone stole your design? No, somebody's trying to claim that they made my model, but they're not even using my model. They're using my concept art.
Which is extremely funny.
Yeah, it's just some scammer on Pixiv. I already reported it. It's fine. It's no biggie. Alright, fuck it up. Fuck it up, queen. I'm gonna go eat food. No, yeah, go eat some food. Have a good one. Thank you for
Yeah.
coming. I'm so sorry. I did not have my chat open. I was looking at mimes.
So is there like a mime pose?
I don't think so. Considering we know who actually made your model, yeah. I literally credit both of them. There's no way somebody could lie.
I could.
You could.
Yeah.
Sync with me. Sync with me. Sync with me.
Okay.
Sync with me and let me show us
I
off.
got it. Yeah. That's actually pretty French.
Yeah, that's pretty clutch. That's a good one. The French are very gay. Oh my
Hell
god!
yeah!
That's crazy. We went crazy. And girl, you went basic. Why are your toenails white? Frightened.
No, it's a swimsuit, dumbass. Have you never heard of a swimsuit?
Allison, where is your face? Yiggy, did you not see the little face in the tube over here?
Oh!
It's Slender Cunt. Why don't any of you bitches have faces? Yiggy's traumatized by Slender Cunt. I'm so sorry. Fuck! We lost to a faceless bitch!
When
God.
did we got last?
Oh my god.
How do I exit? How the fuck do
You
I
push
quit?
the little Roblox thing up here and you push leave, or you push escape and leave. This is some bullshit. Anyway,
Bee Swarm Simulator?
yeah, there's all kinds of interesting, goofy shit in this game.
Jeez, escape.
Do trees need underwear? That's a good question. Yiggy, do
No,
trees need underwear?
of course not. Of course
Should
not.
I be putting underwear on my trees, Yiggy? Would it make them happy?
I mean, like, you can. I think it'd be neutral overall.
I mean, I guess that's fair. Yeah, somehow we lost Akula. What happened?
Anyways, I'll catch you later.
Yeah, thanks for coming for a little bit, Yiggy. I had fun.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye. That was nice of Iggy to hop in for a little bit. I appreciate it. I got 4 shines. First Lady, Barack Obama. Michelle Obama? First Lady, Barack Obama. Okay. I don't know why I said First Lady Barack Obama. Alright, we need a different face. Serb cunt. There we go. Alright. If we're gonna be First Lady, we're gonna be the Queen. Simple as that. I refuse to be anything less. Alright. Ooh, I've got a better idea, actually. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna take this. Gonna add a pattern to it. Let's see, what's a good... a good pattern for the bottom of a dress like this? We can make a jean. I'm trying to think. Ooh, yeah. White, but like fluffy white. Pretty nice. Red's pretty good too. Make a cow print. Oh yeah, let's take the crown off. Let's grab a hat. There we go. There we go. There we go. First Lady, baby. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna throw a jacket over that bitch. Yeah. Hell yeah. Let's get rid of this bag and replace it with this bag. And then we'll make it white. Yes. Okay. Chat, does this feel like First Lady to you? Or is this too dramatic for a First Lady? Chat, what are our thoughts? Too rich on the bottom? So you think we should go, like... black dress? Simple? Gloves. Maybe some, black tights? Maybe? I'm a straight man, honestly. Okay, but you've seen the First Lady before. You know what she looks like. You've seen how First Ladies dress. You can tell me with like pure honesty. Ah, sunglasses are too much. I feel like I've never seen a first lady dress like this. However, I'm going for like young first lady, you know what I mean? Couldn't find a good jacket? Damn. I'm going for like young, spiffy first lady. If you catch my vibe. Hula, what are these colors, bro? Hula, I'm worried about you. Oh, okay, that's midline. That's midline, I think. We the people. Or are we supposed to be picking like an actual first lady to mimic? I've never seen a first lady in so much pink, but you know. Why does this bitch still have no face? Everything just kind of bleeds through itself. Some things do, some things don't, and you can prevent that by like finding the proper colors for everything. Do you not remember JFK's wife? No. All I know about Jackie Kennedy is that people said she eats sheet metal. I think is a joke. I don't know. There's a joke that she eats sheet metal. I don't know. I mean, that's cute. Why so much pink, though? Like, are we forgetting colors here? Everyone's going for that Jackie Kennedy look. I guess so, man. I really need to get a drink. I don't have a bev. I ain't got a single bev. Ba, 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 ba. Again, everybody's going for that pink. I can use some food. Okay, simple dress. I could use some food. I mean, go eat, please, Bestie. I ate before stream. I need to go grocery shopping is what I need to do. But I'm so sleepy. All the time. Okay, so Lori's fucking it up. I think she's going for like kind of like an Ivanka Trump situation. Maybe. Oh. No. Why is she holding the cat like that? Oh my god! Busted ass cat. All right, I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna take a quick break. Yeah, Faceless keeps winning, and I'm mad about it. So you wanna know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna play another game. And I'm just gonna hang out for a minute. Princess Castle Tycoon? Princess Castle Tycoon? Build your own castle? What? Do I want to build my own castle? Yeah, Kula, you're more than welcome to join. I also kind of want to build my own castle. We're gonna take a quick little break. Would you like to go to Atlantis? Oh no, thank you. All right, build my own castle. Castle wall. Ooh, ooh. Oh yeah. All right. How much money I got? Okay, path. Very nice. Let's add some walls. Okay. Wall. Ooh. Ladder. Very nice. Can I actually climb this? I can. Demon dice is kind of cute. You mean Mori Calliope? What are we talking about right now? Ooh. Very nice. Okay, what is this? Oh, another castle wall. Oh, I see. Okay, so building outdoor castle walls. Expensive. But nice. Oh. Okay. They're the same person? Yes. How do I get a horse? Oh, I have to buy a horse? Damn. And if I said I didn't want to buy a horse, what then? Yeah, Demon Dice is her non-VTuber persona. It's like her music making persona. Alright. Alright, we're building a nice little house here. Get some windows in. Oh, look at that. Very nice. This is coming together nicely. Yeah. And it's what she did before VTubing. That's so true. But yeah, no, she lives in like Japan or something, I think. I don't know. I don't know. I really don't know a whole lot about her. All I know is that she did music making before VTubing. Oh, it's a different outfit. Oh, I see. We unlocked new outfits. Ooh. Okay. Let's get a shelf in. Maybe a bench. Ooh. Ooh, yeah, definitely we need some plants. Oh, very nice. Very nice. It's part of why Mori gets picked for a lot of anime song collabs. Yeah, it's just because like that's what she did prior to everything else. I want to wear the white dress though. I like the way the white dress looks on me. Makes me feel pretty. Okay. Nice bench. We'll add a bookshelf. Very nice. Add some cushions, maybe. Some chairs. Very nice. All right. We need a ceiling for sure. Oh, now it's kind of dark in here. Let me go get some money for some lights. Chat, I just want to be a pretty princess. Is that too much to ask? I'm wanting to be a nice, pretty princess. There we go! Beautiful. Let's expand this way. What do you think? Nice. Oh. Chandelier. You know, sometimes, chat, you just want to be a pretty princess. And sometimes games like this exist just so that you can be a pretty princess. And I'm gonna be so real with you, I don't know what I would do without it. Nice. Got another wall there. Alright, we got some walls. Very nice. Hula, how's your castle looking? Castle looking good? You taking good care of your castle? Some windows in here. Very nice. Is there any music or? I want to be a pretty princess so bad. You got yourself a nice little second floor. Very nice. Very nice. Love that for you. I'm holding off on the second floor yet. I want to finish everything down here on the first floor first. Look, I'm living my childhood dream of being a pretty princess. Oop. I'm gonna grab some extra floor on that side. The red dress is my favorite. The red dress does look pretty good. I kind of like the contrast of the white dress on me personally, but the red dress does look pretty good. Alright, let's see. Oh, to be a pretty princess with no worries of money. Look, that's the dream, right? Be a pretty princess, no worries. Being a pretty princess, it means no worries for the rest of your days. It's your problem-free philosophy. Pretty Princess Simulator. Man, I'm making so much money. Okay, I'm gonna work on this room on this side because this side seems a little cheaper. So I think this is the one it wants me to do first. You know what I mean? Very nice. Grab a dining room table. What is this? Ooh! I don't like that. That upsets me a little bit. Oh. Give me back this dress. Yeah, this dress is fine. I just realized my second floor has no support. It's just a floating floor. Well, that's because you were supposed to, like, actually, like, do the bottom floor first. Bro. Why didn't you do the ground floor first? Okay. We gotta grab a fireplace for sure. Ooh. Grab some couches. Very nice. A drawer. Ooh, a painting. Black dress. Oh yeah, gang. Oh yeah. I'm a winner. I enjoy defying the laws of physics. I suppose that's fair. Oh my god, gang. I'm such a winner. I get the pretty black dress. And then we'll grab a ceiling. Oh, we don't have enough for lights. Okay, lights are expensive. Goth Princess! Yes! Yes, Queen Slay! We love Goth Princess. With my jeans. Alright, let's get some lights going over here. It's a little dark. So let's get some lights in over here. Beautiful. Beautiful! Man, this is fantastic. Alright, bench 5. These are all 2.9. Okay. Then we'll grab some stairs. Stunning. Not much going on up here yet, but we'll get there. We'll get there. We'll get there. Chat, if you could be a pretty princess, what would you do for a day? Like, if you could be a pretty princess and have your own, like, castle and all that good stuff, what would you do for the day? Would you like... Oh, it's like a wedding dress. Ew, I don't like that one at all. Give me back my black dress. Hold on, let me try on this pink one. I haven't worn this. Oh, yep, nope. Bad time, bad time, bad time. Goth Princess is back. I just ride a horse all day. Honestly, I kind of want to go horseback riding. I haven't been horseback riding in a really long time. Kind of want to go horseback riding again. Maybe feed some peasants to crocodiles in the moat. Okay. I see the vibe. Did you say get spooned? I read that as spoon fed by a hot night lady, and I was like, okay. Whatever suits your fancy. I was like, getting spoon fed ain't for me, but. And then I realized you said spooned, like big spooned, like in bed, and I was like, oh, okay. Very nice. Roof is 2-7. Okay. Gore, what would you do if you were able to be a pretty little knightling, pretty little princess? What would you do with that? All right, put a roof on it. Wait, what? How much is that? 9K for lights. That's fucking ridiculous. $9K for lights is lights. Sorry, for some reason my brain just stopped working, and I forgot what words were. Real question. What's this over here? Teleport to the garden? What's the garden? Oh. Oh my goodness. 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 What if we held hands at the promenade? I mean, we absolutely always could. There's nothing stopping us from holding hands at the promenade. Oh. Oh, I get to own my own garden too? Chat, this is fantastic. Chat, this is beautiful. Chat. Oh my gosh. Chat, I'm so happy right now. I get to have my own garden. Man, I just realized I play a lot of games that allow me to have my own home. I don't know what that says about me as a person. That I primarily play games that allow me to have my own home. But don't go to the Adidas store? Alright, I won't. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay. I don't want to go to Atlantis yet. I want to focus on my castle and focus on my garden. Oh, it doesn't keep collecting my money while I'm not here. I see. Yeah, I think just having my own home is the dream. Yeah, I think that's true. I think just having my own home has become the dream. You got a rebirth. Does rebirthing make it work faster? I'm not really sure. What does rebirthing do? You can sell your tycoon. Oh, you have to finish it to rebirth. Okay. No rebirthing, Gore. I have to finish my tycoon before I can rebirth. Those are the rules. Tycoon must be finished first. I want a game that lets me build my own house and develop my own land. You mean The Sims? Yeah, I'm gonna say I want Sims 4. Honestly, I might play The Sims at some point this week. Morrison reminded me that The Sims existed. And so now I kind of want to play The Sims. Hold on, I'm gonna play some music. There we go. I have to like download all my mods and stuff again though because I don't have any of those anymore. All right, gotta get all the railings for sure. All right. Let's see. We're doing this, chat. We're doing this. All right, Morrison. I will do The Sims, if not tomorrow, Monday. I just have to get all my stuff back. I have to go get all my mods and everything again. Is that a skirt? Why would I get rid of my goth girl realness for a skirt? A river? Is that what that says? Oh, floor. Okay. Sorry, I thought that said river, and I was like, what? I should probably focus on building my castle tower around. You know what I mean? Alright, let's, get my castle tower around. Ooh. Very nice. How much is that? 3.6k? Okay. We're making it work. Take your time. I'm excited you even considered it. Honestly, I've been wanting to do a generations challenge, so I'll need to download all the mods and stuff that I need for that. But I've never done one before, and I've really wanted to do one. So I'll just use this as an excuse to do a generations challenge. Or a rainbow challenge. I haven't decided yet. Alright. Gore's vibing. Gore said he likes the music. Look, tycoon games are so nice because I'm just able to like talk to y'all while I run around and do my little tycoon tasks, you know? And it's like easy for me to not get like super distracted. Ooh, new ladder. Ooh, let me up. Let me see. Ooh. Very nice. Alright. You fucking got me excited about the Sims? Or about something else? I know, I need to get lights in that room, but we'll get there, we'll get there, we'll get there. Okay, let's grab a seat and a table. For sure. Gotta make it look all nice, you know? I'm just trying to up how much money I make every second. I'm gonna see if I can make my own tycoon game. When you download Roblox, it automatically downloads the Roblox builder so you can build your own games if you would like to attempt to. So you absolutely could if you really wanted to. Oh, excited about the river. Yeah, the river's not real. I'm sorry. I thought it was, but it's not. Ooh. Okay. I don't know how I feel about the, like, brown wall, or, like, the gray walls in here. Oh, I can jump out the window, though, because there's no windows there. My little brother is very, in love with the idea of making his own game. So I really hope he attempts it. We got him some, like, coding books and stuff. From the library. Can I still jump out the window? Oh, no, I can't. Alright. Whoop! Honestly? Trying to get me to $100 per second? And, it's not taking too bad. Not taking too long. This is becoming feasible. You know what I mean? Get a door. Very nice. Alright, these windows are 3.6k. Hooah! Alright, let's try and get to how much we need. We need 9,000 for the... Let's just add walls out here, maybe. Alright, that increased my income. That ladder is 4K? Oh my god. Fuck my asshole. Man, did y'all know how expensive it was to build a castle? I fucking didn't. Apparently. Apparently I had no idea how expensive it was to build a castle. Alright, my walls go most of the way around, so I don't think anybody's gonna try and walk around my walls to see if they're all the way up. Is that what I'm relying on? Yes. Is it smart? No. There we go. Alright, we got enough money for the lights in here, and that's gonna finish this room. Very nice. And now we're at 102 a second. Where the fuck is the ceiling? Wait, is that in this room too? Is there just no ceiling right there? No, there's a ceiling there. What the fucking hecky? As somebody who wanted to build a castle instead of buying a house, it's cheaper than I expected, but more expensive than I had. That's fair. Or do you want to build a castle? Make that our first house? I mean, imagine being able to say that you have a castle as your home. It's quite nice up here, honestly. I like it up here. I don't know what's up with these, like, Super Mario-ass, like, cliff sides, but it's quite relaxing. Look, I play this game to relax, and I am relaxed. I'm having a good time. My cortisol levels are down. We're doing good, you know? You know what I mean? Like, we're just hanging out. Get a nice little door frame. Maybe if your job opportunity works out. I hope my job opportunity works out. Just because, like, the things I'll be able to do and the creativity I'll be able to afford to, like, splurge on will make my day. Honestly. I just really want to be able to have the funds to be as creative as I want. Because I really want to go above and beyond for 2.0, and if this job opportunity works out, man, 2.0 is going to look so good. The castle I wanted to buy was only like 2.3 million. Oh god, I don't think this job opportunity will be able to afford that, but... I don't know, man. Everything I do, like, I do to better stream and to make stream a more fun, a more entertaining place for you guys all to be. So, I just always hope that you guys have a good time here. And I want to make things as pretty as possible and as fun as possible. And I really am working on that. I'm going, like, above and beyond on everything that I do. Honestly, probably need to record a cover here soon. Now that I'm thinking about it. Man, 11K for lights in this bitch. That's crazy. But I do have things I'm working on for everybody. Things that I accidentally almost spoiled today by almost starting stream on the wrong fucking scene. What is that? 3.2, 4.7. Let's finish the upstairs stuff first. Or should I just do all the downstairs and then do all the upstairs? I don't even know. Look, in my defense, I was like eating dinner and I was doing gymnastics related things and it was a bit of chaos. Ah. Ah. It was a bit chaotic prior to stream. All right. See, I just get the money and then I spend the money. I don't know if that's the wise thing to do, but get the money, spend the money, or whatever the fuck. Chase the money, chase the money. That's what it is. Let's put a door here. Very nice. Just to go ahead and separate that. And then we'll grab some more cash. Oh, Merlin's awake and he's eating dinner. Love that for him. Or breakfast. It's probably breakfast. Knowing this dog. There's a door there. Some windows there. Very nice. Alright. I love little tycoon games like this, man. They're so peaceful. Why don't we have a front door? I think just to make it easier for us to run in and out. The front door might be like the last thing we're able to get. You know what I mean? The front door might be just like one of the last things like you're able to grab. Alright, let's see. Bags. Light. Chairs. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. Look, I love Roblox because it just gives me an opportunity just to, like, relax. Hi, God King! Have you listened to Post Malone's new country song called I Had Some Help? I think I've heard it before, but I don't think I've not gone out of my way to, like, listen to the whole thing. I think I heard it on, like, TikTok. But I'll have to check it out. The kitchen has sleepwear? Yeah, it does. Also, is that the kitchen? Is that what this is? I don't know what the fuck this is. You like it? I like my goth wear. Thank you very much. I look good as a goth. I'm not changing that. For nobody. Alright. We built a nice little storage area. Very nice. How much is the path? 52! Oh my god. Alright, floor. The dinning room, my bad. Oh, the dinning room. Oh, you like the song. I'll have to check it out then. I'm honestly not a huge fan of country, but I do like Post Malone, so... I think I can make an exception for Posty. You know? Alright, we're gonna grab the... actually, let's just watch it tick up for a moment so I can get a big stretch in. Post Malone's country music is pretty nice. Oh, I'll have to check it out then. I haven't listened to any of his new stuff lately. I don't know why. I just haven't. Okay, hold on. I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab myself a drink. Ugh. Okay, I'm back. Sorry. I'm back. I got some Mr. Pibb. And my brother's watching One Piece, so I got sidetracked. I went out there and I was like, "What you watching?" He was like, "One Piece." I was like, "Oh, really? Damn. You're able to get so much done whenever you just like let it load for a second." Ooh, this is the kitchen. Very nice. Grab some seating. Man, look at that. I was able to get like half the kitchen done. What is that? Oh, that's cute. Okay, we're wearing that. Man, I got boobies. Sorry, I didn't realize my model in this game had fucking boobs. Alright, we're gonna stand there for a second. Just check around, look around, jump around, jump up, and get down. Alright. But chat, talk to me. How are y'all doing? Y'all having a good time? Has life been treating you good? Has life been difficult? Are you just trying to find your way on this bitch of an earth? That's a big ass TV. I think we're all just trying to find our way on this bitch of an earth. So I hope you guys are able to find your way one of these days, you know? I hope it works out for you. I hope you get nothing but the best. Life kicked me in the dick. Yeah, same, actually. But, you know, we're fighters. We fight through it, you know? 37K. Jesus. We're fighters. We're strong. I'm not good at that. It's okay. You get better at it the more you do it. You know? Alright, we're coming up here for a minute. The more you do it, the better at it you get. Ooh, sassy. I hate it, but it's sassy. Ooh, there's a spiral staircase that goes back there, too. Whoop! You know, life's a bitch and then you die. That's why you work your ass off. So at least you can make yourself proud before you go. Because I think making yourself proud, first and foremost, is the most important thing you can do. But how'd you piss off the lawyers, Kula? What the fuck did you do to the lawyers? Kula, what the hell? I don't know. I believe in living your life to make yourself proud. And, like, the people around you, who you care about, you know, you always want to make them proud, too. Like, I want to make my family proud. But, like, you gotta make yourself proud first. You gotta prioritize yourself before everybody else sometimes. Because if you don't do that, then what? Like, great, now everybody else is proud of you, but, like, how do you feel about yourself? You know? I'll be proud when I turn 32. How far away are you from turning 32? No! No! That's the bad path. God damn it, Kula. Huh. Oh. Oh, this is a rooftop. Okay, I see. And if I drop down in here, I get the spiral staircase. Oh, I see the system. How much is that? 16,000 for the fucking lights in there? Absolutely not. We'll get back to that. I need to make way more money than how much I'm making right now before I feel comfortable doing all that. Though, I guess, I might as well do it now. Whatever. Because you get extra money when you finish a room, so. Shit. You know, my castle's looking quite nice. Why are lights 32K? Yeah, fucking, I want to know too. I also would like to know why the lights are 32K. You wanna know what else I'd like to know? Why I keep spilling soda on myself. Jesus criminy. Interior design's expensive. Yeah, apparently so. Who would have fucking guessed that interior design would be an expensive hobby? Alright, let's come back in here real quick. Hold on. So I can add a floor here. Interesting. Interesting. Excuse me. Just gonna crawl out through where the window is right now. See, I think I should finish the bottom floor before I do the top floor, but then sometimes the stuff on the top floor is cheaper than the stuff on the bottom floor, so it just makes more sense to do that stuff first? Logically? But, I mean, I don't know why I'm using logic. It's a fucking Roblox game. Whoop. Whoop. Damn. Damn! Alright. Huh. Accidentally got a lot of shit done I didn't mean to do. Very nice. Alright. This is one of those games where you just go do something else while you rack up money. Alright, let's start with the shelf. And the chair. Nice. And then we'll do the boards and the chair. Well, do I have a dungeon? How much is the dungeon gonna cost? I just want to whip people for fun. So, is a dungeon like a thing I get to have, or... I think once we make it to like making like 50 an hour, 500 an hour, I think we'll be pretty solid. But then all that shit's gonna be super expensive, so maybe not. Ew, that dress is not cute. Do you think I'm gonna get a dungeon? I want a dungeon. I'm trying to think of like what challenges I want to do on The Sims. I've heard of like the Generations challenge, which I've never done. I've heard of the Rainbows challenge, which I've never done. And then of course like there's like the 100 baby challenge, the 100 puppy challenge, the 100 kitten challenge. I've done those. Never like beaten any of them, but I've done them. 21K for lights? Jesus. 52K for a path? Oh my god. I'm already paying 4K for a window. Like, what the fuck else do you want from me? Oh my god. Alright. What was it? 24K for lights? I'm gonna do it, but I'm not gonna be happy about it. Alright, there we go. Is it bad that I kind of want to spend money on the horse just to see what the horse looks like? I'm not going to. But a part of me kind of wants to. Alright, that room's done. Very nice. We're almost at 200 a second. Also very nice. Let me grab 10k from there real quick. And then we gotta bust ass back upstairs. Gotta grab a door, grab a display. Ooh, that's nice. Some carpet. Ooh. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I've never played The Sims, but the way Ducky talked about it once is interesting. Ducky goes on these kicks where, like, she'll play a game and then that's, like, the only game she plays for, like, 4 months. And Stardew Valley was one of those games. The Sims was one of those games. Roblox is one of those games. It's very fun to watch. I think right now her kick is reading. She's too busy. She reads all the time. She's a reading smart girl. So, you know. Alright, we gotta go upstairs, then we gotta go around town. Gotta grab a couch and a door. Very nice. And then what's all up here? We got railings, we got windows, we got seats, we got chairs. It's basically just playing Barbie dolls with stats. Yeah. And what can I say? We're just girls. You know? What can I say? We're just girls. Way to be educated. Well, I mean, I don't think she's reading, like, anything that's, like, academic. I think she's, like, written, like, young adult fiction. Not that that's, like, bad, but, you know. Edumacated. Do my best. Sorry, I'm taking a sip of my drink. I hate that. Yeah, not the biggest fan of this either, but we'll make it work for now. I mean, chat, what's the last thing y'all read? Because I'm gonna be real honest with y'all, I haven't read a book in like 5 years. It's been quite some time since I last read a book. I'm not necessarily proud of it, but it has been quite some time. Ceiling is 14k. Yeah, fuck it, we might as well grab the ceiling. Man, I'm so lucky my ankles don't break when I do that shit. Cause I was expecting my ankles to break, you know? Lights are 44k! Jesus. The lights are so expensive in this fucking bitch of a house. Lights are 34k in here? Oh my god. Yeah. Build your spiral staircase or whatever. There we go. $7,000 for the floor. I read Axiom's End. I don't think I've even heard of that. I don't think I have any idea what that is. God damn, this shit's expensive. Alright, upstairs we get. We're gonna go ahead and add the floor. We're gonna go ahead and... Okay, didn't mean to do that. Well, we got the railing now, so that's cool at least. Statue. Bookshelves. Statue? The fuck do I need a statue for? Huh? Hold on. I don't know what I need a statue for, but I kind of want it. Oh. I want to go back to being goth. Where's my goth outfit? Please, God. Where's my goth outfit? It's downstairs. Please, let me be goth. Thank you, God. It's about how information and truth should be a human right. Interesting. I'm gonna take all this money, I'm gonna go to the garden, I'm gonna spend it in the garden. Alright. Oh, I can't take all this money and spend it in the garden. Huh. Thought for sure I'd be able to. They have different mailboxes, though. Fascinating. The more you know. Well, this is quite nice, though. Either way. We're jazzing out. You know how it is. I got a dresser. And a table. Those are nice. Those are very nice, actually. You know, all of this kind of makes me consider, like... I almost said insider trading. Interior design was what I was wanting to say. And, like, how that all works and how, like, I'm not very good at it. I don't know why insider trading was what almost came into my brain there, but... Ooh, it's like a nice little resort. I see. Oh yeah, and the cuck chair. Yeah. Okay, I feel the vibe. We love the cuck chair. Absolutely. Alright, let's grab ourselves the cuck chair. Nice. Oh, what's that? Oh, there's 2 chairs. Okay, so it's not a cuck chair. Oh, yep, and there's no ceiling. What the fuck is all this supposed to be? Sorry, when I see one chair, my brain just automatically, like, pivots and goes, cuck chair. Oh, that's the cuck chair. I don't know why. But there's 2 chairs here, so not a cuck chair. 2 chairs. My bad. You know, this is quite nice. Let's... Fantasy... We're gonna grab a playlist. Nice. Gang, what you know? What you know about Lord of the Rings? Huh! 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 Oh yeah, go get yourself some food, Kula. Thank you for coming by for a little bit. That's my... Remember to drink water and eat real food? I have done both of those things. I do not want to go to Atlantis. I do want to go back to my castle. Where am I? Where am I? Oh, okay. I'm home. I think. That was terrifying. Why did I fall into the abyss? What the fuck happened to me? I want to wear it. Why am I always falling from the abyss? What did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? Why am I always cursed to suffer? It's fucking ridiculous. Alright, Alright, I got $19,000. That's not gonna give me shit in this economy. But it will get me an add-on to the Spiral Staircase of Doom. Nice. Love that for me. Alright, let's add some more castle towers. Just for the sexiness of it all, you know? We need our tower to be defended. So can I hire sexy knights next? Is that an option? Is it an option to hire sexy female knights with swords to guard my tower walls? Mayhap? Mayhaps might it be? So mote it be? Alright, castle walls are up. The castle walls commence! Alright, let's see. I don't really know what the vibe is here, but we're trying to figure it out. You know? I'm doing the best I can with what I got, which isn't much. Fool is just racking up the money over there. I wonder how much money he'll have by the time he's able to come back from getting food. Alright. Outside complete. Completo. You're going through here. Coming through here. Take the fucking spiral stairs. All the way up. Hit this. Hit that floor button. Hell yeah. Alright, now we need a wall. Alright. Ha. Hoo ha. Hoo ha. No paths, only walls. You know, I feel like this is a hazard to have that gap there, but, you know, whatever. It's my house, so I guess if I'm gonna fall, it's fine. Maybe. I really don't know how this is supposed to work. I get so scared jumping, like, on that, flat top, because for some reason it just looks like it's gonna drop me. You know what I mean? I know it's just that roof, but it feels like it's gonna drop me. Yeah, see, this little gap right here, this is not safe. This is not a safe staircase situation. Now I got a window. Very nice. We also gotta get that dough. That's 14,000. Ha! Ooh, nice. That's just get it, gang. Problem. We're gonna take that extra 4K, 5K. Bitches. Bitches talking shit. That's not my problem. All right. We are literally just running for our lives, trying to get this figured out. All right, we got the door. Huh. Huh. That's quite nice, actually. You know, we're building all this, but a part of me is like, should I just wait for a little bit? You know what I mean? Like, should I just wait? Get like a good amount there, and then go get the lights in some of these rooms. Oh. I mean, look at that. That money's racking up quick. I'm getting racks quick, you know? Ugh. Let's see. There we go. Alright, 40K. What can I do with 40K? What rooms need lights? That room's good. fucking, there's nothing out here. I don't even know why that door exists. This room needs lights. It's 37. All right. There we go. Lights in that room, complete. All right. Chat, watch that money for me. I'm gonna go let my dog out real quick. Ugh, I'm back. Sorry to be gone so long. I ended up finding Ritz crackers, which is good because I'm a little nauseous. Okay, don't want to accidentally step on either of those. We need a spiral staircase in here, which finishes this. And then we come up here, doors here. Very nice. Lights up here, 44,000. Ah, that's a bit more than I can hand out. Ooh. That's not that. Hey. Alright, I'm gonna open my Ritz. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum. I fucked your mom. Oh yeah, I fucked her in the tight pussy. Allah. I am unwell. I'm so sorry, chat. I really don't know what's wrong with me. Lights. 15 thou for the tower. That sounds kind of sexy, actually. I'm kind of down for that. Alright, that's 22. That's enough. Bum bum ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum bum. Wow. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my good. Oh. 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 Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. It's only 9 p.m. and nothing's open. Oh, that's the fucking pits, actually. Ah! Okay. Why must I be stuck in a small town? Yeah, that really is the curse of small towns, huh? Fana. Just know I'm praying for your success. I grabbed Ritz crackers, so I don't know if that tells you where I'm at. We'll grab a closet. That's a very nice closet. And some carpet. It's very nice. Yeah, I need to finish up here because this is starting to look a little whack. Whee! Kula, you got 100 and... Never mind. All your money's disappearing, so you must be back on. Are you trying to Uber Eats yourself food, or are you actually gonna go out and get food? Let's get all the corner stuff done first, I think. Ah! I'm sorry. I was gonna go out, but then I saw nothing was open, so I came back. Valid. So loud. We're gonna listen to Chrono Trigger music, because that Chrono Trigger music makes me want to be a fucking fairy. Alright. Up we go. Whiteboard. Let's hit the fireplace. Hit the decorations. That's quite nice. Bum, bum, bum. Get it. Ooh, if you go to Cracker Barrel, get their chicken and dumplings. It's pretty good. We'll grab some couches. Ooh. This is quite nice. Look at that. Man. Gotta get pancakes. God damn it, Gore. I know you don't have your volume turned up, so you can't hear me cussing at you right now. Give me the money. Give me the money. Give me the money. Give me the money. Alright. Banana. Banana. Gore's watching stream, but he's not like watching stream because he's with other people and I have a gross voice. Nothing. I don't need shit. I'm just trying to put a ceiling up in my bitch. Pancakes sound good, not gonna lie. God damn it! Why does nobody want chicken and dumplings? Ah! Just will you try them? They're so delicious. Please. Please, God. Please, please, God. Somebody try the chicken and dumplings. They're so fucking good. Please. Oh, it's so dark. Oh, it went from being so nice in here to being so dark. What the fuck? Why is it so dark? I can't believe y'all would rather listen to Gore than the streamer. That hurtful. Alright, the lights are on in here. Lights are on. Oh, hi Kula, you look real nice. Sorry, Kula running into my house is really funny to me. Oh, the bottom of his dress fades through the roof, but it's fine. Alright, we got some lights in here. We got a spiral staircase going in here too. I don't really know for what. Oh. Alright. Cooler, are you still in my house? I saw you running on the rooftop a second ago. So I was just curious. God, spiral staircases make me so fucking nauseous. %50 completion. What do you mean 50%? I got the 50% completion award. There's still more to do. I'm terrified. Kula, are you doing jackass stunts off the top of my castle? You can go inside the spiral tower and do jackass stunts there. It means 50% complete, 50% left. Hi, Outcast. How are you? I thought I was almost done, Outcast. You see my problem? Why the fuck do I need couches up here? What? Fuck me. Oh, I can just fall. Alright, well, that's fine. Look up. It's my butt. Look up. Look up where? Oh. Yeah, it's up your butt. Yeah, it sure is. I'm shadow boxing on your tower. There's a taller tower you can get up. That one up there. There's a staircase to it. If you look up, there's a staircase where you can get all the way up there if you want. I'm not showing you how. You're gonna have to figure it out by yourself, but... Jesus fucking Christ. I don't know if there should be a fireplace at the very top of a tower, but sure. 49K for lights up here. Oh my god. That's ridiculous. These lights are starting to get pricey. Being sassy and trying to endure summer. That's so relatable, actually. Alright, we're almost done with this, I think. We have to save up enough money for all these lights. Gotta be about- oh god, sorry. I just saw Kula's fucking hat and it scared the shit out of me. Oh, now he's stealing all my clothes. I see how it is. How much are the lights up here? 104. Jeez. Oh god, okay. I guess it would be best to just go ahead and buy the lights up here. I think there's the only room outside of that one upstairs that I don't have enough lights for. Oh, 49K. Got it. My bad. Alright. Hup! Cool, did you find where you need to be? Actually, you know what? I'm gonna go grab the path down here, I think. Nice. That's pretty. That actually go? Oh, it doesn't even go all the way around. I'm hiding? Oh no. Kula, are you trying to get me to play hide and seek with you in my own house? Is that what's happening right now? Oh yeah, there is an Adidas thing over here. Huh. While I order pizza. Valid. I'm gonna eat another one of my quackwas. Okay. Wait, was it 49 that I needed? Just in case, I'm gonna grab 50. And we gonna go upstairs and we gonna hit them lights. No, my mama. Up, 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 up. Yeah. Okay, that's another area complete. Oh. Kula. Kula. Kula! Kula, that's not safe. Oh my god. Broski, that's not safe. You're gonna have to get down from there, bud. And I'm gonna need, $105,000 for lights. Why are lights so expensive in this day and age? Whoop. What the fuck? $65K for a patio. God damn. Shit's getting expensive out here. What the fuck? I mean, like, I'm really proud of my little castle, but, like, shit's starting to get pricey. You know what I mean? I don't even have the middle section yet. Thank you for the 100 bits, Kula. I appreciate it. Inflation infects even the castles. The economy's crashing. Yeah, I gotta start taxing my peasants. You make a good point. I didn't even think about that. You know, I've got this castle, but I don't think I have any peasants. I'm kind of just surrounded by nothing. Yeah, look, that center part of my house ain't even finished. Ugh, it's so embarrassing. $41K for some rocks! That's ridiculous. I literally just paid you rent. Is that what that was? Man, I wish my rent was 100 bits. That would have been great. We're busting it down, gang. I'll be your one peasant. I appreciate that. Peach has no rent. Shut up. Shut up, I do have rent. I just pay my rent in other ways. Alright, let's see. Man, Gore, how's your brother keep getting, like, kicked off of Roblox? I feel like it's really hard to get yourself kicked off of Roblox. Ooh, those are quite nice. I like those. 41.8. All right. Like our game, join our group, and you only get 12,000. You don't give like 120,000. Okay, I see how it is. I feel like you could afford a little more than that, but whatever. Look, I pay my rent through Chefin', baby. Buffalo Wild Wings is open till... Didn't you just go to Buffalo Wild Wings like yesterday, though? Or the day before? Not yesterday, I was sick, so I didn't stream. Time to drink and eat wings, I guess. I mean, that's fair. Also, sorry for no stream yesterday. Like I said, I was sick, so I didn't go. I didn't stream. I'm still kind of sick, if you couldn't tell from my hacking. But I'm trying to be better, so. Do 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 do. Ooh, that's a nice tree. All right. Well, you know, I did think it was a little barren out here. I don't want to go, but I also don't want to cook. Well, I guess you're going then. All right, take me back to the gardens. I wanna garden a little bit. Oh, I think I need like 5K. No. Nice. Look at that. Look at that. Ooh. Those are pretty. I like those quite a bit. Being in your world doesn't stop my flex. Oh, really? But me coming over to my fucking garden does? That's stupid. Me coming to my garden stops my influx of income, but you going to a completely different player's server doesn't. I hate that for me. Actually, let me grab a little more just to be sure. Okay. It be like that, it shouldn't. Trees. Woo! Those sure are some trees. Sorry, they sprung up out of nowhere. They startled me a little bit. Alright. Let's see what we got. Continue on the path. Ooh, a wooden canopy. That's quite nice. Let's try that. Oop. Give me that canopy. Give me that Obi-Wan canopy. Oh, wait. I need 100 more. My bad. Ooh. Give me that Obi-Wan canopy, baby. Ooh. Ooh. That's very nice. Alright. Nice. Give me some plants. Give me some plants. Let me see it. Ooh. Sexy. Plants. Give me some more. Give me some more plants. Let me see it. Whoa. Yeah, okay. I love plants, man. Plants are so cool. 25% completion of the yard. Okay. Slay. Man, I'm having a great time. I'm fantastic. Huh. 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 Man, look at those trees. And you got 2.2. Alright, alright, alright. I see how it is. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Ooh, actually, let's, yeah, let's grab these trees down here. Or more floor. Okay. Okay. Very nice. Got a lot of options here. This is very nice. Cool, have you started your garden yet? And if not, why not? Bum, bum. Bum, bum. That's a big ass tree. Bum, bum. Fuck you look like, not a gardener. Get in here. Garden. Bow, bow. Bow, 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 bow. You look like a man who could be gardening, but you ain't. Ooh, is this a tennis court? Hula gardening's for everyone. It's very nice. Alright, we're gonna drop some plants here. Bum 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 bada bum. If you want gardening, where you at? Tuh. Where you at? Tuh. Oh, it's very nice. Very nice. 4K for some couches. Okay. Or 3K for some couches on the other end. I keep forgetting I got this candle burning. It scares the shit out of me every time. Alright. Let's finish off over here, I think. Very nice. Ooh, a 4.1 for a campfire. Don't mind if I do. Can I have 4.1, please? Can I have 4.1, please? Can I have 4.1, please? 4.1, please? Thank you, 4.4. Bum, 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 ba-da. Beautiful. I love just having a fire pit. I love like that being the outdoors thing, is that you just have fire pits. Like every circle of chairs you've got, there has to be a fire pit there, or else. Theme Park Tycoon 2. I love Theme Park Tycoons. Okay, I'll try that next. Thank you, Gore. I love Theme Park Tycoons. I'll try that. Hold on, I want to see if this is what kind of sports ring this is. Okay. Huh. Huh. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, it is tennis. Very nice. Okay. Let's go try Rolo Theme Park Tycoon 2. Okay. Theme Park Tycoon 2. Theme Park Tycoon 2. Tennis? Yeah, you can build a tennis court. Playing tennis on the Wii. Watch me fucking get it. Ooh, I love Chili's. Start your first park. Welcome to theme park. Rides. Oh, wow. Build a teacups ride over here. Okay. Build an entrance here. Build an exit here. Paths. Oh. Build queue paths here. Oh. And then build another one. Build normal paths here. Ah, I see. Close the paths menu. Click on your ride to open. Open. Guess we'll need to use stalls. Oh my god. Build the soft drink stall. How do I turn this thing around? Oh, rotate. Okay. Ooh. Okay, well then let's also open a pizza stall. Right there. Daily bonus. Nice. Alright, so we got some stalls. Let's open another ride. Let's do the spiral slide. Right here. And then we'll do entrance here, exit here. And then we'll do just basic pathing here and queue pathing here. All right. And then we'll open that. Oh, fuck yeah. Stalls, hot drinks, slushy, other stalls? Restrooms. Okay, so we need restrooms for sure. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna put the restrooms right here. Okay. Does nobody want to be on this ride? Oh, there we go. Somebody's getting on that ride. Nice, nice, nice. How does this ride work? Oh, you just literally get on and slide down. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is quite literally Roller Coaster Tycoon. Yeah. Ooh, we can put a carousel down? How nice. Absolutely. Okay, so... what is this? Entrance... exit. Yeah. Dum ba dum ba dum. Dum ba dum ba dum. Ba dum ba dum ba dum. Alright. Open. Hell yeah. Y'all know how to get on, or? Oh shit, did I do it backwards? I think I did it backwards. No, this is the entrance over here. Hold on. How do I move this? Alright. Build an entrance. We're gonna build the entrance right here. And then we're gonna queue path right here. There we go. And then we're gonna open it. You put the doors on backwards? No, I didn't. Did I? Hold on. I don't think I did. I don't think I put the doors on backwards. Oh, maybe I did. Okay. I see. I see. Okay. I see. Alright, I see. I didn't realize that the entrance... I see. Okay. There we go. Open. There we go. Maybe that's better. Can you get on? Okay, cool, cool, cool. Start mission. Increase the star rating. I need to get my guests a witch hat. On it, I think. Okay, stalls. We need other stalls. We need a witch hat. Here we go. Alright, there you go. Yeah, witch hat. The guests can buy witch hats here. Alright, we'll build an observation. I need 31 more money. 13 more money. Alright. Oh, look, they'll buy little witch hats! Oh! Very important. Yeah, this is very important, actually. Oh yeah, this turned out to be very important. What the hell? Okay. Is this the... That's the entrance, okay. So we need, paths. Queue paths. Have you queue here. And then have you exit here. There we go. Open that. Oh, I have to like actually like touch the guests that have witch hats. Okay. There's a guest with a witch hat. There's another guest with a witch hat. I'm looking for more guests with witch hats. You gotta go around the other way. Sorry, Chief. Yeah, the witch hats are very important. Did I already click on you? I think I did. I clicked on you already? Alright, cool, cool, cool. I need more guests to buy witch hats. Yeah, all of the necessities. Food, drink, witch hats. Ice cream. French fries. Everything you've ever wanted right here. I'm gonna need another toilet, actually. Let's... open another restroom right by the entrance, you know? It's always good to have multiple restrooms. Could use some french fries. Yeah, exactly. You got a restroom right by the entrance. You got a restroom a little further in. Oh, you got a witch hat. All right. How do I, like, look at my rating? Oh. New mission. I need a thrill ride. Ooh. Oh, I've already found Sabrina? Oh, okay, I see how it is. Alright, we need some thrill rides. Whoa, look over there. Intense rides. We can do the space rings. We need more cash, though, is the problem. You know what I mean? Oh, we can get dragons. That's super cool. Ride skin. Oh, I can make it purple. That'd be kind of cool. Thoughts. Spiral slide is too expensive. Okay, we'll drop the price by $1 then. What are the thoughts about our rides? Carousel's extremely cheap, up in the price by $1. Thoughts? No one is thinking about the restroom stalls. Damn. Not even one, huh? Alright, what are the thoughts on the teacups? Everybody's just excited for the teacups, honestly. Oh. Hello? Oh, same guest. Okay. Thoughts on... Observation tower is too expensive. Okay, we'll drop the price on the observation tower then. Pizza. Thoughts? The drinks here are too expensive. Okay, we'll drop the drinks by $1. Nobody is thinking about the witch hat stall. Why? Nobody's really thinking about the ice cream stall. Nobody's really thinking about the fries stall. Alright. Look, we need to expand out. Thinking maybe we could, oh, Ferris wheel's expensive. Oof, so is the car ride, honestly. Damn, okay, plane ride is a set 7K. Swing ship. Drop tower. Space rings. Damn. Okay, we can add in the space rings over here. We'll grab an entrance there. Exit there. And then we will path that up, and then we will path that up. There we go. And then we'll just let people get on this. All right. Try it out, gang. Ah, shit. Did I do it backwards again? No, she did it right. Oh, I did do it backwards again. Fuck. There we go. Please, gang, just do the right thing. Pedro, you can do it. God, some of y'all are stupid. Some of these people are dumb as rocks. Alright, what are the thoughts? Excited? Excited? Good, 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 good. What are our thoughts? Teacups are extremely cheap. Well, guess we're raising the price on the teacups then. Alright, people are excited. People like the prices of things. Alright, alright, alright. We're figuring it out, gang. We're figuring it out. Everybody's happy, content. Nobody is thinking about the restrooms. What the fuck am I doing with my legs? That was horrifying. Fences, roofs, others. That was the worst. Yeah, we'll go ahead and just drop a... Yeah, sure. Make everything look nice, feel nice. Why do I become a Roomba? What's happening to me? Hot drinks, other stalls, custom stalls. Here, y'all want slushies? We got slushies, and I'm gonna put popcorn here as well. There you go. I hope everyone's having a great time. I would like to build something else. Intense ride. Roller coasters. These are all expensive. Water rides. Boat ride. I have to fill it with water, I think. Transportation ride. That's just a train. Alright. This is disturbing. I don't like that I do this. I mean, everybody seems like they're having a great time. I wish more of y'all would, buy witch hats. But it's fine, I suppose. Alright, what are our thoughts on everything? Too expensive. Earlier, y'all were saying it was too cheap. Alright, well. I mean, I'm glad nobody's having, like, any intense thoughts about anything. Slushy stall's too expensive. Of fucking course it is. The restroom stall is too oh, they have to pay to go to the bathroom? Space rings is too expensive? Alright. Parasol is extremely cheap. Alright, we're upping the price again. Spiral ride, too expensive? Okay. Restroom stall is too expensive. Yeah, somebody needs to be cleaning around here, but I don't understand why it's gotta be me. I'm also not 100% sure why, it turns me into a fucking Roomba. Or why it's only right here. I know I've already found these guests, but I need to find another... Just one more witch hat, please. Witch hat Altelier. Just one more, please. I just need one more witch. Good Lord, have mercy. If I stand on top of the trash, maybe. Mayhaps I can target the witches as they arrive. Found it! Find a thirsty guest and bring... Thirsty guest? I can bring drinks? I don't know what that means. This is overwhelming. I'm overwhelmed. I don't know why, but something about that's overwhelming me. I'm gonna build a mall for a little bit, I think. Pick if you don't like lag. Pick if you like lag. Rebirth tree, new stories, starting cash. Alright, cool. Oh. Oh. Hello? I have no cash. Oh. Okay. What the fuck? Okay. Huh. Bum-ba-dum. Bum-ba-dum. Oh, look at this. You wanna cut across the street, see what's going on over there? I mean, we gotta wait anyways, right? Ooh. Wow. A lot of stuff going on. Okay. I don't think I care for this. Sorry, it jump scared me. Are we building a money factory? I mean, we're building a bank? So maybe? Alright, we got 350. I have to buy security. Who the fuck are you? Hello? Come visit me again once you reach 4-3. I don't know if that's gonna happen, Marty, but okay. I mean, the elevator's the cheapest. It's 200. So I guess buy the elevator? Yeah, I guess I'll buy some plants. Oh. Oh. Okay. Why does a mall need security? I mean, I guess our malls have security too, but like... not really much happening. You guys know women could vote? Yeah, I did know that actually. Crazy how that works. Oh. Oh. It's like security. Okay. It's like that kind of security. Got it. Shoplifting. Yeah. But if you're gonna shoplift from me, you just gotta get ready to get jumped, I think, is just really the truth of the matter. Ooh, let's do a video game store. We love video game stores. God, why is the music so like yes! As if like I'm not just building a mall. Alright, we gotta get some shelves. Nice. Chat, did you think the video game store was the right option? Because personally, every time I go into a mall, the first thing I look for is a GameStop. So... I just thought maybe. But now I'm kind of second guessing myself for some reason. Alright, I gotta put some video games on the shelf. Huzzah! 30% off all Call of Duty games! My mall is going out of business! We just opened! Peach, do you want to be a criminal? Maybe. What are you going to offer me? Alright, we're gonna go ahead and buy a console. Wow, look at that. What a beaut. Alright, we're gonna... try a Roblox game called Jailbreak? Are you asking the boy for his recommendations? Oh my god, people are actually coming into my mall. Hi. Where are you going? We only have one store open. Marceline the vampire- Ah, Eva! Eva, what the fuck? Eva! What the fuck am I looking at? Buy your games and get out. I'm so scared. Thai store? Let's do ice cream store. Build more general or clothing stores? I guess we'll build the Thai store then. Jesus. I'm sorry, Eva just scared the absolute bejesus out of me. And I'm still honestly very frightened. I'm not even gonna lie. Why does Eva look like that? I'm so scared. I hope you are enjoying my mall. I'm buying so many things just for you. I hope you like my mall. Did y'all not see fucking Eva? Scary ass bitch. Buy area? Oh. Oh, I see. Okay. Buy plant? Ooh, buy bench? Ooh, buy plant? Ooh, buy bench? Ooh, buy screen? Buy screen? Very nice. Okay. We're making them all look nice, I think. This music is so, like, passionate for a game about running a mall. Man, everybody loves to sit. You might want to try paying me to sit. Just a rainbow neon 8-headed fish monster of the deep. That's humanoid. That's a jellyfish with spider legs and dragon heads. I'm terrified. Hey, kid. No buying Call of Duty without your mom. Man, they love my mall gang. My mall really does just feed the masses. I need to open a CD store next to sell the Mutt Babies CDs. I think that's the next best I think that's the next frame of action. We gotta start selling Mutt Babies CDs. Alright, speaking of stores, what's my next store I get to open? Oh, I need a little bit more money. Alright, let's see. Customers are happy. They've given me a tip. Oh, that's very nice of them. I love the tip. Build more general or beauty stores. Okay, let's do the soap store. We'll get some soap in. Very nice. The ladies love soap. So, this is like a Lush. It's for the ladies. Some of y'all wouldn't understand. Some of y'all don't fuck ladies. But it's for the ladies. Some of y'all don't shower either. So, fucking you. But yeah, it's for the ladies. Some of y'all wouldn't get it. But it's okay. Have y'all ever stepped foot in a Lush Beauty? Y'all even know what I'm talking about? Or is this like, I'm speaking like another language to you? You resent that. Well, I'm just asking, I mean, how often y'all bathe? How often y'all bathing? I'm just saying. I'm just saying, I know Twitch viewers. And, I'm not sure... Oh, I can try some soap. Ooh, nice and bubbly. Very nice, very nice. I don't bathe, I shower. Well, okay. Purchase a tie. Oh, look at me. I'm just saying. Just saying. Build more general and food stores. Ooh, let's grab the sushi store. That's a rare store. So we're gonna buy checkout. Buy the shelf. There we go. Buy the cabinet. Very nice. Too many ties. RB Games. Alright, alright. So we're putting the sushi shop across from the fish shop. Or the bath shop, because I know some of y'all smell like fish. And so this will make you feel at home. I use my finest soaps. What's your finest soap? Is it Dove? 7-in-1? Got nose piercing. 7-in-1 body wash. What's your finest soap? Just curious. Man, we're killing it. We're getting so much done. First floor is already almost complete. Fresh soaps, too many ties, Master's Sushi. Man. Oh! Oh, and a nice big old tip for my happy customers. Running a mall is easy. Build more general stores. Okay, the paper store it is. I'm sure y'all love paper. Get a rack and some posters. Very nice, very nice. I love that I'm just now covered in bubbles. It's kind of funny, actually. Alright, we're gonna grab some more money. Yeah, running a mall's easy. You just, like, buy things. Simple. Like, look at that. Man, I love seeing my customers all nice and clean. I'm wearing my tie because I'm the CEO. I have to look professional. You know how it is. Orvinda? Okay, okay, okay. You are a tall bitch! Sorry. Sorry, am I playing with somebody named Skibbity? I sure am. Purchase any store? We're gonna take the Epic Tech store, I think. I think the Epic Tech store is beautiful. The nicer stores have windows. Have like little sliding doors. Oh, my clients are so happy. Of the toilet legacy? What are you talking about, Gore? Wow. Alright, my Apple store is now open. How beautiful. You said you were playing Skibbity? Yeah, Skibbity of the Toilet Legacy, I suppose. I'm also playing with the god Ares. He's really into making his mall, I guess. Which, like, good for him. I guess it gets boring in the heavens sometimes. Cause he's really in here. He's got $17 million though, so he's rolling in it. That's all I have to say. iTech. Oh yes, beautiful, beautiful, gorgeous. And then I have to spend $4.1 thousand on a set piece. She scared me. Every time I turn around and Eva is creeping towards me with those fucking skittery ass spider legs, I get jump scared. And I like spiders. Stop, please. Oh, nice. Fancy mall floor? I am so frightened. My customers are happy. Look at this. What the fuck is she doing? Jesus. All right, set piece. Oh. Oh. This is a food court. Look at that. Did you say she's shopping? Duh. Oh my god. Wow. I get to open a food court. Man, maybe my real dream is just to like open a mall. I'm such a little mall rat. Taco shop, sushi shop. Wow. Buy some trash cans. Because these tycoon games make me a little too happy for a normal person. They got that orange fish with the beans? Maybe. The fuck you talking about? To be honest, the idea of owning a mall sounds cool. It does! And I'd be so proud of it. It'd be my mall. You know, like... I should open the first ever VTuber mall. That would be so cool. And all the like advertisements aren't for stores, they're for VTubers. Like VTubers can rent out advertisement space to advertise their Twitch. And like all the people like who purchase space can be like artists purchasing space to like sell their art. Gore. I'm trying to change the world right now, please. Gore, I'm trying to change the world right now and you're being such a downer. Oh. Hi, child. Hi, Eva. Escalators. I have mail. Mall progress, floor 1 of 4. The mall has become a whole local hotspot and is expected to keep growing quickly. Customers feel happy about the mall so far. One user stated, "Epic mall." Another remarked, "Me love mall." Hell yeah. Me love mall too, random citizen. Hi, Nick! It's going good. I'm running a mall. Oh, I'm going up the down escalator. Alright. But yeah, no, it's going pretty good, honestly. Go ahead and get the elevator there. Buy some plants. Oh, very nice. Oh, and the customers are happy. How are you doing, Nick? Alright, build more general or clothing stores. I already have a Thai store downstairs. Alright, I've got some money, so I'll go ahead and buy a reroll. Build more general or clothing stores. Ooh, let's grab an accessory store. Very nice. Sorry, I didn't realize this game could chuck things at you that you already owned. But I guess how else would they convince you to buy their shit? To make money. Bum-ba-dum. Why is there just a drop here? I feel like that's a danger to my civilians. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like that's a danger to my customers, my clients. Like, the fact that my customers can just— ah! Not a great look, gang. Not a great look. Okay. Buy shades display? Okay. And then we gotta buy top hats. Okay. Like, I think we're doing a pretty good job. Oh, the customers are happy. Can I purchase an accessory? What accessory did you give me? Oh, yeah, top hat. Oh, yeah. I look good. Oh, I'm about to catch a lawsuit. I'm about to catch a lawsuit so fast. I need to buy some railings, yeah. Oh my god. The lawsuit we're about to catch is about to fucking put me under. Jesus. Alright, we got benches. Very good. Oh! Hey, look, it's Morrison! Morrison, look, you're in my mall! Hi, Morrison! Look at you shuffling. Don't fall! If you fall, I'm not allowing you to sue! Morrison, what you buying at the mall today? Girl, what you want? Alright, we need more general and beauty stores. Let's go for a spa store. Hell yeah. Need me some hair ties? Ah, shit. Alright. I think the Epic Hat store might have some hair ties for you. Yeah, I think Epic Hats might have some hair ties for you. Also, the fact that you've got the base model hair on top of the Borzoi face is really funny to me. Like, I need you to know, I opened up my friends list the other day and just cackled. Like, I just laughed. I like to wear all my own merchandise, in case you couldn't tell. I feel like it sells better when you wear it all. You know? Your avatar is so good. It's so funny. Here, if you stick around for a little bit, you can be the first person to try out the spa. Think that sounds pretty nice, don't it? Here, stay right there. Come check out the spa. Yeah. You should come check out the spa, Morrison. It's quite nice. It's quite nice in there. Come on, NPC me! Get in! Oh, there's a couple of you actually wandering around right now. Which is a little terrifying, but it's fine. Alright, new store. We need more general and food stores. We're gonna go for the beautician store. Oh no, everybody's upset. I picked the beautician store, now everybody's mad. Oh no. Build more general or... Oh no, they're neutral. Oh god. I can't have neutral clients. I need clients that love me. Alright, hold on. We need more general. General or food store. Okay, we're also gonna open a cafe. Eliza, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Dog Pound. I hope you're having a fantastic day. They'll get over it. It's fine. I fixed it. I fixed it. I fixed it. Everybody's happy. I fixed it. I'm giving you 5 stars on Yelp. Oh, thank you so much. Alright, let's start with this store first. Oh, I meant to go by the checkout first. I'm a fool. Oh, I'm competing with that guy over there, I think. The guy next to me already has so much, so I don't think it's safe for me to compete against him, but I want to be a good mall owner. It's all I've ever wanted. I'm suspicious. What's happening right now? What, Eliza, why do you have 2 accounts? What's happening? Sorry, I need to follow my other account too. It's okay. I'm just like, why do you have 2 accounts? What's happening? Twitch sometimes gets upset, if, like, people, like, make multiple accounts just to follow the same streamer. So I like to, like, double check with that. I like to double check about it, so Twitch doesn't get mad at me. Ducky? Oh, it's Ducky! Ducky's in my mall! I'm watching your stream on my TV too. Oh, okay, so one account's logged into your TV and the other account's logged into your phone. That makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. But hi, nice to meet you. I hope you're having a good day. God, the Borzois just tiptoeing around is so funny. I'm going to laugh at it forever. I'm turning around and the Borzoi just gets me. I don't have enough money. Oh, shit. I wasn't paying attention. I was giggling about the Borzois. Do you like my wig? Your wig is hysterical, especially since isn't that just like the base wig that they give you whenever you start the game? Can I have a coffee, please? Thanks. I'm exhausted. It's lace? That's so funny. Alright. Customers are happy, gang. I like your Roblox avatar. It's cute. Aw, thank you. It's covered in a bunch of shit right now because I'm walking around my mall and putting a bunch of things on, but I don't know how to take any of this off now. I'm not sure how to take any of this off now, so it's just all on me. What's the game called? Ooh. It's like Mall Simulator or something. It's like build your own mall. I don't know. It was on the explore page. Or it was like on the recommended page. Okay, so I need more general and clothing stores. Shit. Okay. You got a hat? Oh. Oh yeah, you did get a hat! Look at you go! Fancy little hat. I love that for you. Yeah, I'm honestly having a good time with it. But I love Tycoon games. I always am like, I'm not gonna play another Tycoon game, chat. We'll play Dress to Impress and some other stuff, and then I always end up playing another Tycoon game. I literally cannot stop myself from playing Tycoon games. I love Tycoon games so much. Whoa! Alright, enjoy your magazine store, everyone. I'm glad oh, look at that! Morrison, you're all clean, too! You went and got yourself all nice and cleaned up? Oh, love that. Yeah, they're fun. I don't know how fun they are to watch, honestly, but I have so much fun playing them, so... We need more general and clothing stores. Alright, here's another general store. Alright, what do we need? Checkout. My hair got a glow up! Collector. Caught 1,000 total items. What the fuck? Oh, it's for you guys catching things with the fishing. I got a fucking, achievement, and I was like, what's the achievement for? It's because y'all are fishing. Oh, look, you got a coffee too, Morrison? Oh, good for you, girlfriend. Morrison got a hat. She went and took a bath. She got a coffee. You're killing it, girl. You're taking this mall experience to the top. You said, I'm gonna do everything in this mall. Everything this mall has to offer. What do you buy here? I don't even really know. Yeah, you're living your best life, and I love that for you. Now, can I please fill in the fucking ground right here? So it's not a risk. This is terrifying. I keep almost falling in. I'm gonna catch a lawsuit. Oh, thank God. Okay, there's railing I can buy. Buying all the railing first. Railing comes before the screens. I have to make sure everybody's safe. Okay. Railings are in. Screens are in. Fantastic. I see my Borzoi Bob Rossing it up in there. Was she? Oh, she must have just left. I must have just missed her. Oh, girl, you got yourself a shopping bag? What else you buy? I think my favorite part about this game, about Roblox, is that I can let all my viewers add me as a friend and let you guys play with me. But even if you guys aren't actively playing with me, because y'all are on my friends list, you guys can, like, be in my games with me. So you don't even have to actively be playing. If I play Tycoon games like this, you guys get to be in here with me anyways, and I love that. It makes me really happy. It's like a way I get to interact with chat and the community without, like, you know, like anything crazy. It's just a fun way that we all get to hang out. Like, you guys can just sit and watch, but know that your characters are gonna be spotted. And it just makes me really happy. Ooh, is this the movie theater? Oh, this is a movie theater. Oh my god, chat. I gotta... Oh, I'm stuck in the ceiling. Uh-oh, chat. Chat, I'm stuck in the ceiling. Oh god. I have to die. I have to kill myself. Alright. It's a bit graphic, but we're fine now. I got stuck in the ceiling. I'm sorry, chat. You are more than welcome to, yeah. If you want to add me as a friend, it's under Cyber Peach Girl. It's same as what it is on Twitch. And I can add you as a friend and you can hop in and play if you would like. Roblox is always free for everybody to play with me, should they want to. And one theater room complete. I also love the movies. We haven't been able to go to the movies and like we went to go see Deadpool. But like we don't get to go to the movies very often anymore. Such is the life when you are parents and you have kids. Oh, my customers are so happy. Everything's being so well taken care of. Okay, escalator. 93,000. Okay. Man, we made it to the second floor way faster than I thought we were going to. Honestly, very proud of us. We're kind of like Newman through these tycoons today. Eva scares the shit out of me every time she shows up. What the fuck, dude? Jellyfish was one thing, but like jellyfish with blue eyes white dragon, black eyes RGB dragon. Yeah, I do make a lot of money. Alright, let me buy this escalator and then I'll hop out of the game real quick to add you back. I don't know if there's a way to add people without having to leave your game. I don't think there is. Oh. Right. Several small businesses have shut down. The mall includes 12 stores of different genres. The mall was mighty fun. Is there a way for you to check your friends list without having to leave a game? And like add people on your friends list without having to leave a game? Do you think you can help me out? Firstly, we need more epic stores so people don't think we're tacky. Also, go apprehend the burglars. They're stealing from your mall. Come back to me. What? Apprehend 4 burglars on floor 3. Burglars? Burglars? There are people stealing from my mall? Hey! Hey! Why does that look like SpongeBob? Hey! Fuck on up out of here. Yeah, I'm not really sure either, honestly. I also really love that I have so many different stores. I think it's pretty cool. All right, let me leave real quick so I can add you back. Ooh. Ooh. Accept. Oh, your little model's so cute. Oh, sad kitty. Oh, so cute. All right, we're hopping back into Mall Tycoon. McGamer. All right. God, I didn't need to climb that. I also, yeah, I love that we have so many different stores. It's super cool. All right. What do we need? More electronics and food stores. Let's grab a grocery store. Oh. Okay. Baskets. Checkout. Wow. Look at that. Oh, fucking god damn it. Thief! Thief, I apprehend thee! Get out of here. Whee! This is quite nice. Buy some shelvage. Very nice. Alright, we gotta come back inside and get some more chillers. Ooh. You're so welcome. Thanks for wanting to play with me. I love Roblox streams because they let me play with chat. Not every game is a game fit for playing with chat, but Roblox really is one of those games that, like, it doesn't really matter what I'm playing. Chat can come and enjoy it with me, and it's fair, and it's fun, and... Plus, the more people I add to my friends list, the more often you guys will see yourselves whenever I play these games, even if I'm not playing a multiplayer game. So I think that's fun for everyone, really. Oh, hi Morrison. Hey, how you doing? Oh, you need some groceries? Okay, bye Morrison. Morrison, you're getting some groceries, love. I don't really know what groceries a Borzoi needs. Oh, you already played this game? Did you beat it? I'm so new to Roblox, so I've not touched most games in Roblox yet. I gotta build 2 epic stores. Alright, what are my options here? I need more electronics and clothing stores. I already have a video store downstairs, don't I? Maybe not. Oh, I have a video game store downstairs is what it is. I don't have a movie store. Alright, we got ye old Blockbuster. We like Blockbuster. We're bringing back Blockbuster, chat. I am the Blockbuster Messiah. Oh, my tycoon's already almost finished. Oh, damn. I love you being like, oh, this game looks fun. What game is it? And then logging in and being like, apparently I've already almost beaten it. I do that kind of stuff all the time. Right, just forget like what I've already done. All right. Huh. All right, that's 32.8. That's 33.5. Okay, let's do the 32.8. We sell food. Hell yeah, you do. Whoop. We'll do the 32.8 first, I think. Man, McGamer's at 655 million. The hell's going on with McGamer? He's McGaming, I guess. Alright, we gotta get that railing in. You know the rules, chat. We gotta get that railing in. Can't be catching a lawsuit. Alright. Hi, Dog Ant! How are you? I like to look out at everybody else's malls across the way. Oh my god, is that your mall? The tall-ass one over there? He's gaming over here. I'm decent. Well, I mean, decent's better than awful. We'll take decent. Alright, let's see. What do we need? We need more clothing stores? Alright, scarf store it is. Nice! We're keeping our customers happy. We're keeping everything stocked and shelved. I want to start working on my first cosplay, but I can't find my measuring tape. Why is it that measuring tape always vanishes the moment you need it? That happens to me all the time. Like, every time I need measuring tape, I don't know where the fuck I put the measuring tape. It is such a pain in the ass. Oh, Ducky's up here. Hi, Ducky! Mwah! Sometimes you just gotta kiss your bestie whenever they walk by. Wee! Wee! All right, scarf store down. Oh, it's not almost finished? There's 8 floors, I think. All right, let's see. Whoa, wait a minute. Oh, I'm getting 1,000 a second? Oh my god. I remember looking at a new one at the store and thinking, I already have one. It would make no sense to get another. No, it's always a good idea to have more than one. Always. Because whenever you have one, it will vanish into the abyss while nobody's watching it. I don't know why, but that's exactly how this kind of stuff works. Bench, plant. Very nice. Man, my income's going good. Making 1,000 a second. Alright, we got, bin. Nice. Very good. We're making decent progress, I would say. Alright. Purchase any store? I want a plant store, please. A plant store is so nice. I hate the new mobile update. Yes! Like, what the fuck, Twitch? Twitch makes the worst fucking changes sometimes, and I cannot stand them. Like, what? What is Twitch right now? Why does it look like TikTok but worse? I don't want to TikTok my streams. But also it's the fact that they penalize us if people don't sit and watch our streams for the whole fucking time, like we're streaming. Like, they only count viewers if they are actively chatting and interacting with stream. So our view count doesn't actually reflect how many people are in stream. Because half the time most people are lurkers, which is fine. I love lurkers. But it just means that because most people lurk, our view count doesn't show lurkers unless they're actively interacting with stream. But then you're gonna make it even harder for my viewers to want to interact with my stream by making it so easy to swipe away from my stream? Like, how the fuck does that make any sense? Like, they make money based off of how much money I make in fucking subs and bits. But nobody's gonna want to spend subs and bits on me if it's so much more fun to just scroll around and see everybody else. Clothing and beauty stores. Let's grab a salon. I can't see your tycoon. Can you not? I thought I could see yours when I looked out the window. It says we're in the same one. There's only 4 of us here. Because yours is that big one next door, right? Yeah, I see you running around out there. I see you running. You're right there. I'm right next to you. I'm the one right up next to you. The one with no parking lot. You're not the white one? But I see you running around in the street. That's you running around the street, isn't it? That looks like your model. I'm the little blue one? Oh, okay. Ooh. Thank you for the money. Enjoy your salon. Alright, I need 49. You're the little blue one across the street? Nice. Yeah, that white one's huge. I do like that you can, like, see into other people's windows, like, when they're jumping around and doing shenanigans. It's really funny. Alright, we're almost there, gang. Salutes! Oh god, my neck hurts. Who's the white? I don't know. It's just another player. Probably McGamer, if you want to be honest. Or not Regina George. Not Regina Gore? That's so funny. I'm in your tycoon, but it doesn't load. Oh, what the fuck? Yeah, Duggan, you can't ask who the white one is. Alright, we gotta get plants. Nice. Nice fountain. I'm white, it's also fun. Yeah, Duggan. Oh, it said something with low quality. Oh, it's because I'm playing in high quality. So if you're playing in low quality, I may not let you over. Though it's kind of weird that it wouldn't just automatically take mine and make it low quality for you to see. Very strange. Man, everybody's so happy at my mall. Oh, you're playing high too? Then what the fuck is happening? What is this? Oh, bathrooms. Nice. Time for everybody to be able to go potty. We have to make sure everybody can go potty. Very important. No, apparently not only have we not had a bathroom, the bathroom is on the 3rd floor. I think when people have to shit, they just leave. They just go away. Oh, it is Blockbuster. It's Blockbuster. Oh, Scarfies? Good cuts. Oh, cool cuts. It's like great cuts, great clips. I don't know. There's like a cheap hair cutting place called Great Clips or something. Alright. Yeah, I'm not really sure where they've been shitting. Alright, we did the girls' bathroom first. Boys' bathroom. Boys' bathroom's next. Oh my god, urinals. Oh my god, there's so many urinals. Alright. Alright, I see how it is. The guys are just pissing out the window. I guess. Oh, the customers are happy. I appreciate that. I'm also currently staying in the country and I have a camping hammock and I really want to sleep outside, but I can't because I had to be all drained of life. Yeah. Such is the country for sure. Alright, there's one urinal. God damn it. Why do you men have to use urinals? Just use stalls like the rest of us. Goddamn penis havers. Oh, goodness. Whee! All right, bathroom complete. All right, now I have to wait for a minute because I need $281,000 to buy an escalator upstairs. And I still don't have 2 epic stores. All right, we're gonna be here for a second. At least 280 seconds. So, how are y'all doing, chat? Eliza, how's your mall going? You having a good time with it? How many floors do you have? 3? 2? Doing all right? How's Bunny? 4. Urinals are the grossest place on earth. Gore, how's Bunny? I'll probably, currently dragging her on a rug. Oh, good for her. I'll probably end here soon so that I can help you put her to bed. I need 200. How many? 281. Okay, we're almost there. Alright, we're just like 100k away. Maybe it's because you click the computer logo and I click the phone. Oh, maybe, maybe. That could be the case. Sorry, Morrison is so funny. Every time her character comes walking by, I just giggle a little bit on the inside. It's just so funny. I can see it now. Oh, nice, nice, nice. 50,000 more. Look at that dog. Shopping. Man, look at all these brightly colored, nondescript items. Yeah, she be shuffling, and it's the cutest. Alright, we're almost there, gang. Hey! Thank you for the tips, customers. You've saved me. What is this? Out of work, small business owners catch a lucky break when the new mall owner, Cyber Peace Girl, extends an olive branch and offers them jobs as janitors. Such a kind act has been noted by our publication. Customers feel happy about the mall so far. One user stated, "There were so many great stores," and another remarked, "I will never shop anywhere else." I'm stuck in your escalator. Oh no. Hold on. Let me come see this. Oh no. I'm on my way. I'm on my way. Which escalator are you stuck in? Hold on. Oh no! How did this happen to you? Oh no! I've got a kitten stuck in my escalator. Oh, you look so sad. Oh no! You look so sad! Oh my god! Oh no, I just wanted to go upstairs and I got stuck. Oh, freedom! Yay! Freedom! Sad cat freedom! Yeah, yippee, yippee, yippee! Oh, that's so funny. Build more clothing or electronic stores. Alright, here's a streetwear store. Alright. Oh my god. Oh my god. I haven't built a streetwear store yet. 58, 45, 45. Huh. I need 45, please. I need 45, please. Thank you. It's not gonna be enough, is it? Nope. I need 45, 5, please. Oop. Alright. Man, this floor might be a little harder to get, because while we are raking in the dough, all of this stuff costs a lot more than the stuff that even like the floor below. Ugh. Ugh. Alright, we got shirts on the racks. You know what I mean? Like, everything up here is a bit pricier. Oh, but when the people pay me back, that is when I know that I have truly won. That I have made the people proud. Hello, young one. Would you like suffuse? They sell very nice streetwear, I believe. Is what I've been told. The people demand it. Exactly. The people demand a beautiful mall. And I believe that I have delivered. I might sell my own album, Mutt Babies Butter Penis Supreme, in the record store downstairs. But I don't think the people mind. Because the rest of the mall is so beautiful. Cock butt is supreme, baby. Get it right, poser. Not you calling me a poser with my own band. How tall do I have to be before I get a parking garage? I would like a parking garage, please. We need electronics or food. We already have a video store. We already have a video game store. Alright. Mutt Babies aren't like they used to be. Mutt Babies almost got me a would have gotten me a copyright strike on YouTube if I made money off YouTube. So Mutt Baby streams might have to change going forward. Cause homie lied when he said copyright free music for the Mutt Babies. I hate to be the one to admit it. So Mutt Baby streams are probably gonna look a little bit different. What happened to the Mutt Babies? So the music that they use in that simulator, it says is copyright free. However, it does get picked up by the copyright bot on YouTube. Which means that if I were monetized on YouTube, which thank God I am not. But if I was, I would risk a copyright strike for all of those videos. Okay, Gore, I'm gonna be so real with you. I don't think I'm ever gonna try and get my VOD channel monetized. I think the only channel I'm probably gonna try and get monetized is my edited videos channel. Once that one gets made. Ah, Eva! She's scaring the fucking piss out of me, dude. Let's go gambling. Ah, dang it. Ah, dang it. We need more food stores? There are no food stores here. I guess we have to go with light stores, but people aren't too mad about that, so... Can I give money in the Tycoon? I don't think so. I don't think that's an option. And if it is, I don't know. I don't know how to do it. Alright, we got a 40. We got another 40. Man, there's so much you can buy here. This place is so cool. Eva keeps scaring the fucking bejesus out of me. I'm surprised I made it four floors without having to repeat a store yet. Unless you prune like one half of your streams. Nah! I can get monetized on YouTube despite the way I am. It's just the copyright that would get me, I think, right now. Because of the fact that the first, like, me and Gore were talking about this the other day. Because the first section of my, VODs is always, like, just music, I can get away with how much I cuss. Because, the first, like, 10 minutes of the game are all music. I have someone with a purple mohawk in my Tycoon. Ooh, maybe they'll show up here. Alright, let's go gambling. What do we need? Food or general stores, less electronic stores. We're gonna have to pick skincare because it's all we've got. Luckily, nobody's taking it personally. If they did, I don't know what I would do. Probably cry. Alright, we gotta buy a checkout. Very nice. Buy a wash station. Very nice. 369. Okay. We need $99. $99,000. Wow, look at that. I love just the random, like, kid vocals that are just in the audio of the game. My daughter doesn't speak yet, really. But I like to imagine that, like, toddler voice that she's gonna have one day. Oh, Ducky bought a shirt! Nice shirt, Ducky. It doesn't really match your fit, but nice shirt. Can Eva put on a shirt? Can Eva do anything? Alright, that's 105. What is this? 121? There's 113? Okay. Let's see. Boop, boop, boop. Very nice. And then we're gonna hit that, and then we're gonna go boop, boop, boop. Alright, I need 100 and what? To get to the next one? 120. Oh, there you go. 121. Oh, Ducky down there got a little hat or something? I don't really know what's happening down there. Look at the fucking cat. It's so cute. Ah! I'm sorry. Sad cat is just too cute for me. I can't. I can't. Sad cat's just too cute. Ugh. I'm a sucker for sad looking things. Oh, thank you for the pets. Alright, we need more food and general stores. Let's grab an ice cream store. I don't think we have a food store on this floor. Alright, let's grab more money. A good little chunk of change. Ooh, is that enough to... Ooh, that is enough to get that. Okay, let's do that. Oh, thanks so much for the hydrate. I will take a sip of my drink. Give me 1 second. Food or clothing stores. Less electronics and beauty stores. Damn. Sorry, we have to get the phone store. It's the only store we don't already have. Thank you so much for reminding me to take a drink. God knows I need it. Okay, let's go gambling. Ah, dang it. Alright, let's see. We got a menu. We got bench. We got... Oh, we gotta get tables. Alright, we'll come back to that. What do we got over here? Got checkout. Nice. Oh, man. My people are just okay with what I'm doing, and that breaks my heart a little bit on the inside. I want them to be overjoyed with the things that are happening at my mall, and I just, I'm struggling to please, and that never feels good. To struggle to please your clients, your customers, the people that you love. Alright. Alright. Stop. You gotta wake up. 'Cause we're moving on. Break in butterscotch. War Tycoon toffee. Wizardy watermelon. Ooh, wizardy watermelon. Why is it $99? Ugh, and I get so much less money. Because the people are upset. Cuts my paycheck in half. It's distressing, chat. I'm so sorry that I cannot please the people. the way they wish to be pleased, but like, what else am I supposed to do? Oh, hi, Iggy. Welcome back. You're still Bloxen. Hell yeah, baby. I am unwell. Oh, Ducky's wearing a shirt. Good for her. So glad that she's buying a nice little shirt from me. Alright, let's go. I'm running a mall, Yiggy. I'm running a mall. Oh, yes. I would like railing, please. The railing would be nice. I have an ice cream cone that's even bigger than my avatar itself. Aww. Oh my god. Yeah, no, those ice cream cones are fucking big. Actually, fuck the aw. What the hell? What do you got? That's a big-ass cell phone you bought there, bestie. Alright. The way it cuts my paychecks in half. It hurts my heart. Oh my god. Bloxing is love, Bloxing is life. Whoop. I'm Bloxing with my coxin out. You know? Buying plants, opening a mall. The people aren't very happy with my mall right now. They think I need more variety of stores, but however, I just don't want to have two of the same store over and over again. And they just don't understand because they've never run a mall the way I run a mall, you know? You didn't need to be running a what? Blocks them with my coxin out? Can you get rid of stores? I don't think so. I think once the store's here, the store's here. By pole? By platforms? What is this? What is this? Poles and platforms? What am I buying? Is this an area for the strippers? Next to the ice cream party and the overpriced phones? Oh, Shrek is love, Shrek is life. Oh. Yeah, Gore doesn't know how to not. I need to build food stores, but I can't build them. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at, as I need to build more stores that people want, but... What is this? What is this? Why benches? Do I want to sit on a fucking mall bench to watch a stripper? Is this for dancing? Yeah. I don't know what this is. A strip club in the mall. Thank God. Finally. Oh, Morrison, how are you enjoying your ice cream? You got some sunglasses too. Sorry, all the little Morrisons walking around with their sunglasses is so cute. It's a fountain, you think? Huh, maybe. A strip club in the mall? I mean... I wish. Oh, it's a car. It's a car. It's a car show off. Okay. Got it. Yeah, boo! I was voting for a strip club! Lame! I wanted a bombshells! What the fuck is this? Boo! This bull! Skin win? The bright lights. God, my people are so neutral. Don't y'all ever try to come from my drip. You cannot handle it. Alright, let's go check out one of the malls next door while we wait for our money up. While we wait to get our money up. You know what I mean? Because we need 700,000. So let's go check out next door while we wait to get our money up. Did you buy anything else on the starting floor? No, I think once you finish a floor, the floor's done. Let's go check out this giant-ass mall down here. While we wait to get our money up. The lava lamp in your tycoon is so nice. Oh, thank you. Jesus, the run. I'm gonna run into this guy's house and then kill myself to fast travel back. Run inside of some dude's mall and then just die. Is this McGamer's mall? Oh yeah, McGamer. What's going on in here, buddy? Oh, you got a space station? What the fuck? Space station. Huh? Jewelers? Coffee club? Wow. It's like an official Roblox store. Whoa. Oh, okay. You got the iTech up here, soaps and stuff. Active sports appliances. Okay, okay, okay. Rose Spa. Okay. Ooh, you chose a furniture store. Okay, I see how it is. I see how it is. Ooh, we got a little diner going up here. Pool cuts. The prettiest pet shop. Ooh, dental. I get to unlock a kid's play place on the next floor. Oh my god, chat, we have to get to the next floor. I can get a kid's play place. I think that's just another store. Like, I can make that just a big store at the end. Whoa. A museum? Oh my god. What is this? It's like a... Oh, it's like a sit-down restaurant. Oh. Hey, can I buy some shades? Oh, man, I can't. That's a bummer. Ooh, a hotel? Is that a rooftop bowling alley? No, it's just a bowling alley. Okay. Less cool, but it's fine. Oh my god, he's got so many fucking floors, chat. No, McGamer. Buy a ladder. A swimming pool. See. I just died in your hotel. I just died in your mall. How did you feel about that? How'd that make you feel? Anyways. Oh yeah, those burglars are definitely something. Alright, time to go up. Why is it getting bright? Okay. We're now unlocking floors 5 through 8, chat. Lower his property value by dying there? Oh, I unlocked the car park. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Ooh, the workbench lets you customize things. Ooh. Don't mind if I do. Okay. Hold on, let's go get them. Let's go get a car park. All right. Oh, I have to buy all the cars too? I mean, I'll do it, but that feels like beyond the point. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like the cars should be coming to me. I shouldn't be buying the cars, but it's fine. Oh, you got a car park too? Hell yeah. Alright, floor 5. Why are the lights up here so weird? Alright, we need more food or clothing stores. So let's grab this smoothie store. Aw, man. My people are still neutral about it. I would have thought for sure the smoothie stop would have helped. I love the idea of you being the one to buy all the cars in your parking lot just to make it look busy. It's kind of what it feels like I'm doing, honestly. You know, I'm making like decent money. Oh, a car instead of my Tycoon. Oh, yeah. I just got one of those too. God, just seeing Eva's little fucking terrifying ass down there. None of this is up to code. You can't just keep shoving new floors on top of each other. That's not how physics work. It is here. Alright, I need more general stores and clothing stores. Let's do office supplies, because we don't have office supplies. And the people are happy! All hail the people! All hail the people! The people are joyous! Filled with pride. All hail the people! The people will give me good tips, because I do nothing but make them happy! All hail the people! All hail, all hail! Yeah, look at that, 135k! Oh, man, I needed to get back on their good side so bad. Thank God. Peach, you're in a coma. It's the only explanation. No! Don't ruin my dreams of running a shopping mall by trying to tell me that I'm in a coma. I love my shopping mall. Please, don't take this from me. I have to believe it's real. It brings me so much joy. Alright, there we go. Is that enough? Yeah. Man, we're almost making 7k a second. Woo! Morrison, you scared the shit out of me. Coming up here with your little sunglasses on. Jesus Christ. Is that 267? 262? Alright, I'll do the 262. I'm gonna take a second just to take a breather. Morrison shot around that corner. She needed her smoothie. That's the size of her schnoz. That's insanity, actually. Hey. Buy some railings. There we go. Very nice. That dog with hair? Yeah, that's Morrison. That's more Simba's. Look at him. More Symbias. She's very proud. She's very proud of her hair. She worked really hard on it. She's been trying to grow it out for forever. Alright, we need more clothing and beauty stores. Alright. Clothing store it is. My schnoz ain't the only thing that's long. You packing? What you packing? What's this dog packing? It is cute. Man, I'm making bank. I'm rolling in the dough. What you know about rolling off in the dough? Oh, you ain't packing nothing. Damn. Got me all excited, and for what? 25, 133. My baby right there! Hold on, Morrison. I'm trying to open a hat store so you can get more hats. Because I think your character would look really funny in a baseball hat. So I'm trying to open the option. My strap is 7 miles long. 7 miles. God damn. That's crazy. That's crazy talk. Hi, Jimmel. How are you? Dum bum bum. I am off work. Hell yeah. How was work? All right. Gore still says howdy from back in the days when I was a country girl. I was a country cow. I made my building green. Green's my favorite color. Believe it or not. I know nothing on me is green, but green is my favorite color, I promise. I would never lie to you, chat. Except for the times that I would. Alright, what do we need? We need more clothing and beauty stores. Let's build a food store. How about that? It was busy today, but hopefully tomorrow will be slow. Oh, I'm sure Gore's feeling the exact same way, man. Gore's work was really busy today, too. Gore got off work and was like, kill me. And I was like, I'm not doing that, but thank you for the offer. Let's go gambling! Oh, cool girl! Cool girl! I just like looking at the other people who are applying like their usernames. You learn so much about people by their usernames. Cool. And whoop. If I can get fish? What? It sounds like a name, Jamal Black. Why do I feel like this is like an Animal Crossing? You caught a tuna. Like, you caught a tuna fish. 302. Whoop. Whoop. Whoop, whoop. And whoop. And whoop. Alright, 311. Nice. So far, I've managed to avoid doubles. I don't think I'm going to be able to do that for very much longer. Ugh, big stretch. Gotta stretch out my back. Okay. We need more clothing and beauty stores. Pew! Buy a checkout. Buy some plants. Ooh. Ooh. I don't know how I feel about the massages being done in like a little private place back there where nobody could see it. We're only hiring like good masseuses, right? Like, we're not just hiring, like, whatever masseuses, like, cheap masseuses, are we? I sure hope not. Alright. I'm sorry, what the fuck was that little blue thing? Huh? Hold on. What? Oh, he's wearing a hat. Okay, never mind. We're good. We're good! We're good, chat. I just got scared. I didn't know what it was. It startled me. I'm an easily spooked kind of person. Alright, who wants a massage? 329. I want to finish this floor before I go to bed. I need 329. Though I'm having a really good time with this tycoon. Alright, nice. I've noticed I really like the shopping mall tycoons. I'm just a mall lover, I think. Lipstick store. Oh, that like really upset the people. Why did that upset the people so bad? Do y'all not like lipstick? What's wrong with lipstick? Why are the people so upset? Build less beauty stores? But it's a special beauty store. Oh no. Oh, thank you so much for the pets. I've upset the people. They didn't like the special rare lipstick store. But like, it's rare. How could I tell it no? I don't even think these people know what rare means. I could purchase lipstick. What did purchasing lipstick do for me? I don't know. Yeah, exactly. You always have to grab the rare stuff, and now my people are upset at me. Like, I'm sorry. I thought I was supposed to do that. Like, goddamn. Alright, we're almost done with this floor, though, gang. Oh my god. We're just gonna grab a plant while we run by. The people just don't know how to have fun, I guess. I mean, I live my life to serve the people, but sometimes the people are stupid. And they don't know what's good for the economy. What's good for the mall, you know? Yeah, the lipstick store is so cute! It feels so weird to see Roblox Peach with a snatched waist, and then we get to regular Roblox where everybody else is blocky. Yeah, it's definitely a little strange. But, you know, I think it's for the best. I have to be snatched at all times. And if you disagree, suck me off. Look, my Roblox character is attractive but still appropriate for children, and that was the goal. Alright, I now make 10.5k a second. So I should be rolling in it. Hell yeah. 420 blaze it! Sorry, there's a candle going. Ugh, I need a sippy. Delicious. Okay. I gotta buy the floor, of course. Always gotta buy the floor. Can't forget to buy the floor. There we go. I wish I could change the floor. The floor's kind of basic. Ugh. Gore, how's the fishing been today? You caught anything good? I haven't really been paying attention. I'm tired, but I really want to finish the tycoon and watch the stream. Don't worry, the stream's gonna end soon. Because I actually have to go put my daughter to bed. I just really wanted to get this right here. Because it's like a kid's play place, and those places are very comforting to me. No good bites? Damn. Nice thong, Yiggy. Yeah, no worries. The stream's gonna end here soon. Wow. Ooh, a ball pit. Fill it with balls. Thank you. Oh, yes. I'm living. I'm thriving here. Whoa. Oh my god. Okay, tall ass bitch. Stop walking. Stop crip walking into my stores. You're startling me. Why is she walking like that? I'm scared of her. God, they all walk like that. I'm scared. Just holding her fish out. Okay. Stairs. Slide. Ooh, hole. 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 Ooh. Lots of holes. God fucking damn it. Can y'all just stop being neutral? I'm building the coolest fucking thing ever. And you guys are kind of being a buzzkill about it. I want to take the slide. Hi, Mara! How are you? A golf stick? What the fuck? Crip walks into Peach's stream? Okay, you're allowed to crip walk into my stream. That is allowed. Hey. Okay, that took me way too long, but fun fact. What? 3 fully grown African bull what the fuck? Peach is canonically scared of crip walking? I am not! I was just scared of that one. That's not even crip walking. I don't know what that is. That's... I need to be in the hospital walking. Alright. Getting ready to draw? Oh, fuck yeah. Unfortunately, I'm actually about to end stream because it's like 10:30 and I need to go help put my daughter to bed. Limping? Yeah. But we are gonna raid someone, so don't go nowhere. Stay here. Stay here. Don't go anywhere. Don't go crazy. Stay here. Let's find... Let's see. Who am I... Who that I am following is streaming right now? Anybody fun for y'all? I don't know. Let's go somewhere. Y'all wanna play more Dress to Impress? Yeah, get all your last fishing in. Get all your last fishing in. And then I'm gonna ship you off to somebody I've never met before, so y'all be nice, y'all be kind. Oh, wait, maybe not. I think they might be ending stream. Oh, wait, never mind. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I'm just gonna send y'all off to somebody I do know. Alright, go say hi to Kiwi for me. Tell her I love her. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow maybe we'll play Sims. If not, if I don't have Sims ready by tomorrow, then we'll do, more Roblox probably. I've been having fun with the Roblox, so... If we don't do Sims tomorrow, we'll probably do more Roblox. Copy and paste, that raid message that Gorgeous posted. Get ready to copy and paste it into, the chat for Kiwi. And I'll see you guys tomorrow, okay? Bye.